If I could stab my camera to the, not sure where my camera is. We're in this group. I've never set up in the background how the narrative goes in the group. This is almost like an interactive book in sort of way. I've never asked anybody if they can, I've never asked for help to see what I'm supposed to call this thing. ABC 1, 2, 3, everything you want to know about history, how many years you want to go back, 10,000, 100,000, a million years. I'm with it. Never read a book in my life, but I'm up to the challenge. What is my success rate? 50-50. Pretty good for someone who's never read a book, eh? 50-50 success rate on something a million years old and never read a book. But who needs to read a book? Saw it on TV. Once it's on TV, good enough for me. You know, got to have a little credibility with something. Obviously, if they're putting it up on the big screen, right? That big screen got to have some credibility. So we're going to take a 2-minute break right now, and I have a little problem finding where my camera is. Oh, it's pointing the wrong way. Okay. You know what? I need to fix this over here. Yes. Okay. I'm going to fix. Need to fix this, fix that. I'm the only guy in show business. Been here 20 years, and I still can't hold the camera straight. So we're going to take a 2-3 minute break here. I'm going to get myself a little chomp, and then I'll come back with your question. So again, let me reiterate. If you have a question, okay, copy it. If I do not see it, I will come back to it. If you'd like to come up here and as part of the panel, if you want to ask a question, don't hesitate. Imagine we're in the room. Imagine if this wasn't the internet, and just pop in here and say what you want. If you're just listening in, that's also fine. I'm going to get into a few more equations that I've already begun. And one of the equations I've already begun, okay, and let me put you through this song maybe. I've only had to go through this. Here's a song I wrote. Give me a couple of minutes. Rooster, Capricorn, Tiger, Gemini, JC, Earth, Mars, Siri. This combination is well 10 as the star system. Use a double reduction by skipping every cycle of 12 years or 3 months. In Western astrology, remember the 3 + 1, 3. Cycle of 7. The cyclus is a bicycle. 2 wheels. You do the pedaling. You are the engine. The star system zodiac is an expression of association. Star math and Mr. MRTACPANS. 20 years later, dot dash, sign on the dotted line, every letter a character, Morse code, dot, angels, dash, angelic formation, and understood in the equation. Ask a question. Dashing, every dot and dash, and dashing through the snow. Search out and Star method, Mr. MRTACPANS. 20 years later, dot dash, sign on the dotted line.
Angelic formation and understood in the equation. Ask a question, open a file, search out and beyond. Star Math at Mr. MRTACPANS. 20 years later, dash. Sign on the dotted line. Every letter, a character. Morse code. Dot. Angels. Dash angelic formation. And understood in the equation. Ask a question. Open a file. Search out. And
There you go. You heard it right here. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what I do. I search out through mathematical equations. I put together and understand how different words, okay, tell stories in conjunction with certain rhythms. And the rhythms can be games. The rhythms can be hockey. The rhythm can be the movement of the zodiac signs, where we have 4 zodiac signs, which means we have 12 zodiac signs, and we have 4, what do you want to call it? We have it fire, we have earth, right? Fire, earth, air, water. So that's 4. 3 divided by 4 equals to 12. That's what we have to find out. And I'm having trouble keeping this. Okay, I'm having trouble keeping this straight. Every time I stop, my energy is in your breath. My energy is in your breath. What you breathe is my energy. Meaning that, let's not get into that. I don't want to start explaining too many things. When I see 2 people here, and I think that one of them is me. Okay, I'm just going to go slow, waiting for my water. Going to go take a bite for 1 second. Sorry if I'm going slow, going really slow tonight. I got to hold on to my Cornelius. So when I see Cornelius, what's the first thing? What was the show with Cornelius in it? So I talk about, it could be a TV show. It could be a magazine. It could be the name of a fish, a cartoon, a game, Monopoly, 40. Monopoly is 40, 13 and 29. 13 and 29 is Waterworks Electric Company. Very important. Next, we have the railroads. They're all on the 6s. All the corners are twice the size as the properties, even if they're not in the game. When you put it onto square paper, before you went to a 2D, we have to know the base, and it's the square paper behind you. That is everything. From the whatever you're going to think of, which is the smallest of all, that's all you're going to see. Now, if you talk about the Mayans and you look at that and you want to pick up one square, apparently the square is going to have a value of what I understand is the top line of a, you see the top line, right? The top line there, just one little square, okay, is going to be 20 plus 4. That square is 20 plus 4. It's 20 plus 4. It's 20 plus 4. Think about it. Now we're going to try to figure out the square. The line is 5. And the dot, okay, the dot is 1. Okay, there are 4 dots. There are 4 dots around the square and 4 lines. 4 dot, 4 line. It's another one of the sequence that works with the 4 odds and the 4 evens. Cat wants to come in. I don't know. I don't. It's crazy. It's crazy. There were 4 here. People just lost their interest. Hmm? Is it just me?
Oui, oui, parce que moi, c'est mon téléphone. C'est moi qui oh, mon Dieu.
Okay, I'm gonna have myself a tea. Made a coffee. Probably shouldn't be drinking any coffee this time of night. But I got to 11 o'clock tomorrow, so I'm doing good. How's everybody doing tonight? Hello, Kate. How you doing? I'm a little bit here on Tiki Talkie. I'm a little bit on YouTube. The what do you want me to call it? The not very many people, and I don't know. Actually, I do know. I know what I feel. I know what I desire, right? I know what I believe, but according to the work, I'm supposed to be more. But when I do get frustrated or upset, like I am now, I think it's some sort of learning thing to do with your patience, learning the breath. And it's a little cuckoo when I say learning the breath. Is there anything more than the breath? Now, in order to complete this, in order to complete the understanding of what I search out, I would have to ask somebody who can tell me about oxygen, the air we breathe, right? And if we breathe in the air, right, we're breathing it in. Where is it? Where's the air I'm breathing? Got to be somewhere. And I'm always finding it. I'm always able to do it. I'm breathing it in. That's pretty crazy. Look like a rooster. I'm breathing in the air. So what is the air? What is the aether? Remember the aether, the father, the mother, the brother? Just because it says it that way, do you think it's because it's just a word? We're going back thousands and thousands of years. If you look online, and everything is searchable, everything I do that I know, okay, that I know is searchable. Things that I create from my understanding, we've got the letter R and R, we got a D, we've got 2 squares. Well, there are 2 squares this way, right? Could be an 8 if you look at it that way. These can be 2 pistons of a car. This might be the motor head. This may be twin engines. See that 4 over here? See that 4 over here? R. RD2, R2D2, R2D2, connecting the two houses together with the 9 birth. 9 and 2 equals to 11. You've heard of 11 before, 11, 11, 11, right? Hi, Kate. Hi, Cherry. Hi, everybody. I'm looking at the questions on both. I have 200 million sandbags, and in each sandbag, since there's 2, there's 1 person. It's me. So I'm the only one on TikTok right now. So if anybody likes TikTok. So where am I with this? I had written down, I'm looking for something right now. Has anybody heard of 6174? I misplaced my calculations, so just give me a second. And I got. So here, father, mother, brother, Aether. I'm going to show you this over here. THER, 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 THER. 51, 51, 51, 28, 23, 28, 23, 28, 23, 28, 23. Eventually, you'll understand that the 23 becomes the electronic angel, right? The 28 and the 23. The 28 is going to be, just give me 1 second, THER. Eventually, we'll learn, okay, how to understand the THER, or just a TH alone, or just a T alone. T anybody? T anybody? Can't even stand up my iPad. T, 4 times 5 is 20 T. We want to get P, we're going to go 4 times 4 equals 16 P. I have to mathematically find my letters in order to understand how I can use them. I'm just going to say how I can use them. And it just takes time to show you all the different transformations that happen. And it has to be, if it's done to one, it's done to all. Whatever you can do for one, it's not just, I'm going to do it for this one and nothing else. I was spelling love before, and I wanted to divide love by 4. I never wrote down the answer, but the love of 4 is 4 by 13 equals 54. Because when you're short, you have to add on what is missing. You have 3 times 14, 3 times 14, 3 times 15, 3 times 16, 3 times 17, 3 times 18. The reason I do it this way, hold on a second, I'm going to show you here first. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's right over here. 3 times 18 is for the sun, 3 letters. Over here, love is 4 letters. So it becomes 4 by 13 using 4 letters. Now the reverse question would be 5 letters. What does that mean? It means the face of everything is 9. Since I use 4 letters, I have to do the same thing with the opposition of the 6 letters to understand the 180 degree of the love in numbers. Also to note that since I know of all 9, I also have to know of 8, of 7, of 6. You need to know about these things because they're happening in different houses. Let me see if I can put this up. It's a little bit confusing because I haven't done all this work yet. I know it works because it works with the math. 9 and 5 are opposite of each other to start with. 6 and 8 are opposite of each other using 2 cubes. 9 is 6 and 3, 5 and 4. Reverse 5, 4 is 3, 2, 5. Reverse 6, 3 is 1, 4, 5. Trying to figure out. Oh, I'm a little dummy. Sorry about that. You know, I've got my computer set up over there. So I put the camera over there. You can move the camera over. I don't have to move the computer. Hello, anybody home? Do you know that? Anybody home? Nope. Nope. Got a microprocessor? Store it somewhere else. No one home. Why should I store it? Why do I need the baggage? It's stored somewhere else. Hello, nobody home. Sometimes I don't know the easiest things because they're irrelevant to me. I don't like to watch stupid TV unless I want to watch stupid TV, but some stuff is like, doesn't give me anything. I need to be awoken. I need something new to come into me. If I'm going to breathe my breath into something, I want it to give something back to me. And obviously, when you say, oh, you can't give, you always want to take. How can you give if you can't understand? What would you be giving? What would the value of your breath be amongst the people that you were giving it to if you don't care? Eventually, everybody will know. You breathed it back into the aether. It came in one sort of message, okay, in order that you read. And after you breathed it and you exhaled because you expired it, you sent it back out, but it didn't lose its value. Exhale, expile. We hail the king, right? How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing? I'm right in front of my messages. So TikTok, cuckoo flown. No, I'm not sure if they're flown. Apparently they came back. No notification flight. Well, you came to the best place. You came to the best place. It's just too bad that I don't know if it's me or it's my screen. But when I look at my TikTok, take a look at my TikTok. I want to know, right? I want to know. Look how bright that screen is. Look how beautiful that screen is. No one can see that. You can't see that, eh? Now this is really weird. This is really weird because this is really weird. I can't even see anything but a reflection. So no one's seen anything. Yes, sorry about that. Sorry about picking everybody up. Wow, one person, two people, in, out, in, out. In, out. Okay, I'm going to have to concentrate on the YouTube right now. What happened till what happened till took it back in the USA? Hello, my name is Sophia. What happened till took back in USA? I deleted my app from phone because they said it was going to be gone now. Now I can't reload it till Apple makes it available. Hey, everybody. I bought TikTok for $2. I want my money back. Your money back. Your money back. I have to think about that. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, right, I'm a little bit off tonight. I started about an hour ago between YouTube and TikTok, and I had 1 and 2 people in the room, and it's still like that. And I'm letting it bother me. So I'm going to be doing small little items to try and get myself started. I showed you the TH over here. Right now in my category for ER, it's electronic resonance. It's here through the electricity, through what you see as the neon lights. The AR, okay, is the resident angel of the sun, Ra. Why is it Ra? Why is it Ra? Wow, if I keep putting my books in places I can't find them. Oh, it's right here. R and R, the 180-degree plane. But there's one side, when you put out your protractor, it starts in the center. You do one side and the other side, and then the protractor raises itself. See, the protractor's all the way up here, and it creates the form, everything in between. This is your ace. Your K letter and your P letter, the K is 11, the P is 16. The P reverts to A. Why? Because K11 splits the house. It is the 9 birth into the 2 houses. 9 and 2 equals 211. Now I want to show you this with my cube. I know I put my cube somewhere all over the place tonight just because I can't concentrate. Blame me on it. Blame me. Hi, Michelle. How you doing? Hi. Hi. So here it is. You can see 9 numbers here. I take this cube and I put it here. So now let's say I took this and put it on top of my cube. So when I show you it like this side of the cube is 9. Now there's 6 sides. Is everybody with me? There's 6 sides to the cube. Every side of the cube has 9. Key 511, the elections took place on the key. It's the monkey. And I'm hoping I'm going to be able to express that finding with the monkey, the 9th zodiac Chinese sign, the 9th. It is the 4th reverse. When you get married, it's here. When you have a child, it's here. It is the 4th finger. It is at the 7th gate because from this hand, it is the 9th finger from the 7th gate. You count this way and this way. You have 7 and 9. You have 7 and 9 coming into this finger to meet the ring. 7 and 9. Special. They're very special. They're special for one reason. Now you can see I'm all over the place. One of the reasons they're special is when you say 17 in French, you will say 10-7. When you say 16, you will say size. When you say 17, you say 10-7. When you say 18, you say 10-7. When you say 19, you say 10-7. When you get to the 70s, okay, you say 10-7, 17. You say 10-7, 18, 10-7, 90s. When you get to the 10-9, 19. When you get to the 90s, you will use 17, 18, and 19 as 10 with 7, 8, or 9. I use this. Don't forget at Mr. Yes, I don't know if I did. Yes, I think I did it in this. I really did. I changed a lot of them. Oh no, be back. The French, when they come to number 10, right, they say this. So when they say this, they're informing me, or my observation, right, is it must mean something. And then I look at the 9 numbers. And I don't see 10. I don't see 10. And then I look at the alphabet and I don't see 10. So what I figured out is that since 1 and 9 is 10, average is 5, 7 and 3 is 10, average is 5, 4 and 6 is 10, average is 5, 8 and 2 is 10, average is 5. The left side of the house, the right side of the house, the above and the below, here's the cross. There's 18. When you put it to all the faces, there's going to be 18 numbers. They're all going to be 2, 5, 8, 4, 5, 6. That's it. There are no numbers. There are no others. And on the cross, it's always alpha, always father on the cross, always. The corners will be left for Ema, alpha, beta, alpha, omega, alpha, omega. When you get the alpha omega, you create the 6. Now you only see one side because you're only in one side of the area space you are. It's 3 and 3 and 3, 6, 3, 3. When you put this together, it looks like the velociraptor, right? But I can show you a different way to design this that will look like 2 hearts coming together, heart to heart. I think I did both. I'm going to take a look also. Let me see. No, I did both. Is that okay if I did both? Is that okay if I did both? Okay, so that's good. Ignore, ignite, ignore, ignore, ig. IG 7 and 9. Wow. Wow. That's 7 and 9 right there. Right? Wow. That's where the communication begins between 7 and 9 in 977 through the gateway, okay, of 977. So it's twin gates. Twin gates, Bill Gates. 977 is the pick. It's also power. It's also Christ. It's also matter. It will create from 77, it will create the sun of both Earth and Mars mathematically. Connected all the time. Are you surprised connected all the time is okay? Because I'm not that quick. I'm telling you. Hello, anybody home? No one home. Thank God. I'm like the elephant. I got a microprocessor. I store it all somewhere else. All the junk is somewhere else. They don't turn me off. Can't turn me off. Just like everything drowns in my head. Just all drowns up there. I don't like my moon to be too high. So just give me a second. Oh, I don't like my moon to be too high. Oy, oy, oy. Give me a second over here. Let's see if I can get a little bit of music on here. I am the elephant in the room. Pan flute. Let me see what this is. I'm not sure which one I want to hear. Just give me a second. I'm putting on a little music in the background. I'm not feeling it tonight. I don't like that. I don't like when I don't feel it. I need to vibrate. I also had the, maybe it's, you know what? I'm going to try the, what's it called? No, not this one. Just give me a second. Yeah, this one. Let me see. Ah, that's better. So now I just lost everybody. Oh, is it here? I just lost my camera somewhere, unless there's another screen somewhere. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, so now here is what it is. Let me see. The 7 times 7 is 49. 7 plus 7 is 14. 49 and 14 is 63. Remember, we need 63, right, for creation. So in 63, in the 60s, in 1963, the child is born. Communication is 10-4. The 277th day, 2-9, the child is 9, the house is 2. The 277th day, the child is born, October 4th, 1963. 13 and 15, 3 and 1 is 4, 1 and wow, am I out of order? I need to erase this. Let me see if I can lower my camera so I can get the better view, right? Let me see if I can lower my camera and get a good view of everything here, right? Now, what I dislike about my channel is I have to keep playing around here. What I dislike, it takes long. I don't prepare any of these things. Some of the stuff I learn right now. After 20 years, I'm learning it right now. And I'm learning it over and over and over and over again, sharing it in different dimensions. Please share, hit the like button. The only reason I say that is if we don't hit the like button, you know, then the demon devils can come and chop us off again. DD 44. It's all in your mind. Has anybody ever looked at this before? Do you see this? Right? You see it? Imagine if this was my head. Imagine if that was my head, right? It would be like that. But now it's like this. See the way it is like this? So now what is that? That is me looking at the book. You see that? The two books? So when I look at the book, I look at the book like this. So I look at this book, I look at the book like this. I look at the book on this side. I look in the middle of the book, and then I look at the book on this side. If I'm looking at the book in the middle, the book will be like this. It will be a scroll. When I'm looking in the middle, it's going to be the scroll, possibly the Dead Sea Scroll. When I have a book together like this, I have to turn this way and this way, and this way and this way. When I turn the page, if the book is down, how do you turn the page in the book? Look at what I just said as the picture cards. Why they look to the left, when they look to the right. Why would there be only one eye? The king has one eye, right? The king has one eye. One is always here. The king has one eye, the book is here, and it becomes the scroll. Is that anything to do with the scroll of life? I want to see what some. Okay, Atlantean, yes, Indian, Atlanta, Indian. The A gets converted to an I, right? Inland, right? Inland man, animal, and man. I'm going to get back to this in a second, what I just did. No, we'll do that in a second. I'm going to just show you this piece. The piece starts out over here, where I said the pig or Christ, right? Or I said matter. When you multiply it and add it, it equals to 63. When I mentioned on this cube, in this game, we're in a house right now. In this game, I've got to relaunch all Vipers, Doors of Perception. I'm thinking of changing my TikTok right now. I'm really interested to see if there's any other any other stations that are on. At the same time, I'm gonna have to also plug in my phone. Let me check my phone. Hmm. 15 or 760. I'm running late. Okay, I just got. Here's a song that will be here in about half an hour, 7:15 or 7:16. I'm running late. Okay, now I need to invite. I need to invite Aunt Unicorn. Okay, let me look at this. Friends not watching this live. So wow. So I have friends not watching this live, and it's not showing any of my friends that are asking. Now, two people asked me, and wow, I don't see them here anymore. How you doing, Davey? How you doing? You know what's funny? That yeah, that's funny. It's very hard to advance when it doesn't make any sense. Just give me a second here. Yeah, they wouldn't let me watch on another live because I'm live here. And what happened to my friends? Let me see what happened to my friends. I think it's here. Following, likes. See here. 43 friends following, right? Let me see if... it seems like nobody's... looks like nobody's seen me from the U.S. or something. Is anybody here? Yeah, you're from the... Oh, no, the Art Cherry. Yeah, you're from the U.S. So, right? Aren't you in flight? You're from the U.S. So that just be me and here on TikTok. Okay, bro. It's only me, Sour. Sour? USA is cut off shower. US is cut off shower. What does the mean shower mean? Hour. USA is cut off hour. It cut off hour. It cut off our hour. Okay, I'm like, whoa. So I'm also on you must know that I'm also on YouTube, right? So I have to take like a 2-second break. I have to get the vibration in my head and get out of my head who's here, right? Oh, sure. So that means the US is not on TikTok, but I'm gonna keep it up here anyways. I'm just gonna get another bite of my sandwich. There's a couple of people who said, "Are you coming on? Are you coming on?" They're Americans. Dave, you still here? There's nobody on TikTok? Zero TikTok, right? Anybody here? Yeah, something's wrong. So flight, it's 8:52. It says 1, now it says 3. It's really boggling my mind. I have to, I'm going to take just give me 1 minute, and then I'm going to jump on, and I'm going to just stop worrying who's here. I have to do this anyways. And then again, I say to myself, should I just cancel out? I want to know if anybody's here from the US on TikTok. Because if I might shut down the channel and reopen it up again, right? And I don't know. Too bad I don't. Maybe it's US with US and Canada with Canada, and we can't share together. Maybe that's what it is. So I'm gonna shut down and reopen. Let me shut it down and reopen. For all those who are here on YouTube, I'm not shutting you down. I'm not shutting that down. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to see if I went in game mode, right? I'm running late. Here's a song. I'll be here in about a half an hour, 7:15 or 7:16. I'm running late. Come join me. I'm leaving you with a song to listen to until I show up again. Just give me a minute.
Mr. Capricorn, Tiger, Gemini, JC, Earth, Mars, Sea. This combination is well 10 as the star system. Use a double reduction by skipping every cycle of 12 years. Rooster, Capricorn, Tiger, Gemini, JC, Earth, Mars, Sea. This combination is well 10 as the star system. Use a double reduction by skipping every cycle of 12 years or 3 months. In Western astrology, remember the 3 plus 1, 3. Cycle of 7. The cyclus is a bi-cycle. 2 wheels. You do the pedaling. You are the engine. The star system zodiac is an expression of association. Star math. Mr. MRTACPANS. 20 years later. Dot dash. Sign on the dotted line. Every letter or character. Morse code. Dot angels. Dash angelic formation. Understanding the equation. Ask the question. Open the file. Search out and beyond. Star method, Mr. MRTACPANS. 20 years later, dot dash, sign on the dotted line. Every Every letter a character, Morse code, not angels, dash angelic formation, and understood in the equation. Ask a question, open a file, search out and beyond. Starman at MRTACPANS. 20 years later, dot dash. Sign on the dotted line. Every letter a character. Morse code. Dot angels.
Okay, so let's take a look again, Kate. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I'm thankful that everybody is patient. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Search out and
So that was a song I wrote earlier on today. So it looks like nobody's possible. I have like 40 or 50 people that are usually around, right? And everybody is gone. Spreading kindness. One of your friends is live. Who is that? Yeah, but nobody wants to go with two guests, you know? And I was there before. I was there on that live before, and they ignored me. Wow. So I don't even have CMD Commander anymore. So we're two people. Just give it a minute. Give it a minute. Yeah. Friends. The one in the background right now, or the one I just played? Flight, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Hey Ernest, how you doing? If anybody's got any questions about what I do, do not hesitate to ask me. I'm going to put the hot water back on again. And I'll be back in a minute. I should make up a list of what I do, how I basically do it, the instruments I use, and my progression. One of the instruments I use is right here. This is position for area space. Another one I use is right over here, understanding the coordination of the space of the 26 letters and numbers and what it says, my demands that are here for each number. So you can see the 8's got a star, so it's star command. Right over here it's 7, so it's and. Right over here it's got a cap, so each one of these are telling me a story. See, if it had a line, right, it would be different. Since it's a point, it's going to tell me about the heavens of Venus, the 4 heavens of Venus, 420. 4 times 20 is 80, or 4 times 2. Why is it 20? Why is it 20? First of all, why is it We have a 2 Venus. Let me turn this camera around, right? We're going to have a great evening if we can keep at least 3 people plus, at least 3 people with a few questions. We're going to have a great evening. We can bring it on right till tomorrow night. Not. But there's a good chance I can see the expansion. Genesis. Would you like to go back in history? 1 million years. Now you're talking to somebody who has an empty head. I like to more or less use my microprocessor, just keep a few items in there, and I like to dissect what is before me in simpleton forms. Although it might look complicated, it's pretty much simple. I mean, I've done it from A to Z, and whatever I do for whatever the knowledge is for the item at hand, right? It's pretty simple. It's multiplication, addition, and you have to understand the different levels. So I use this to understand the 180 degrees across, but there's not one. 180 degrees across, 180 degrees across this one, and 180 degrees across this one, 180 degrees across this one, and then the one in between the center, right over here that joins the 2. 180 or 18 is the letter R. Joins 4 areas. See that D is for 4. 1/2 18, the other half 18 for 36 or 360. We have 180 with 180 above it, right? 180, 180, 360, and the house 180 above it, the halfway house. Halfway house is our 90, our 9 birth. 9 into 2 houses is 11. 9 into 2 houses is 11. Now I should go back and show you what I was doing before, but I don't remember. Has anybody seen the 6174? Right? Has anyone seen the 6174? I'm going to see if
iteration twice and I get to the number. Well, if I got to this number and I do it again, I would have, let me see, 7641. I've got to get this right. And then 1467. And I take this away from that and I get back to 6174. And if I were to do that again, I would get this and then that, and it would go on forever. The whole thing with this procedure always converges, always ends up with this number. And when it's got to this number, it's stuck in a perpetual loop that will always bring you this number. Can I get a $100 bill tattooed on my finger?
So the thing with that, right, 6174. Let me show you 6174. Okay, now I'm not sure if everybody can see. I'm not sure if you can see on TikTok. I'm not sure who can see right now. I'm going to try and, how can I do this? I'll hold it in one hand, hold it in the other hand. Okay, we're going to do it this way. Hold on a second. Now I have one of the answers in here, right? So I'm going to start over again, even though I had the answer here. Just give me a second. Okay, I'll start over again. It's here, but I'm not going to look. So I'm hoping you can see from the upside down of the camera. Can you see that? 6174. Okay. 3 5 3 5 8 2 6 7 4 1 6 7 4 1 6 4 7 1. Then what we can do, right? You see, it's different. Then we're going to go 3 8 2 5, and then we're going to go 6 4 6 4 1 7. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 2 5 8. Then we're going to go 6 1 7 4. Right now we got it different. Right now we're going to go. This is going to show me a rotation of numbers, and then I'm going to have a sequence to understand how I can process other numbers the same way. And it's pretty simple. This one be 3 5 8 2 6 7 4 1. 6 7 4 1 6 7 4 1 6 1 7 4. So what I did, you see this? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. It redid it on the 7th area, right? So this is what we're going to show you. We're going to show you. Let me see which one it was at. The rotation. I need to know the rotation. Just give me a second. I must find the rotation. I'm going to turn this around. I'm going to just take a 2-second break. I'm just going to show the camera up at the top what I just did. 6174. Chop it in, double it up. 6 and 6 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 1 and, right? Let's start down here. 6 and 6 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 6 and 6 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 6 and 6. Okay, so that's one of them. Next, 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 5 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 1 and 1 is 2. 2 and 2 is 4. 4 and 4 is 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5. It's a binary code movement. 1, 2, 4, 8. Binary code. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. Binary code movement count. Same thing. 4, 8, 7. And if you notice, 582, 741, 582, 741, 582, 741, 582, 741. This, when 6 is not involved, then it is a division of 7. It's a division of 7. Why? Because when you divide 7 by any number, there's never a 3, 6, and 9 left over. I'm going to see where I can find, and I know I did it somewhere. It might be in one of my books. It might be, not sure how many books I brought back, right? The importance of number 29. 2 systems. 2 moons of Mars. And the 9 lunar birth into the house. House is 68, passage of the communication of the 7th gate, the 9 birth. Well, I just wrote some kind of word I couldn't understand. House is 68, the 9 lunar birth. It is the 6th day. We pick up 2 moons of Mars. We pick up 1 moon of Earth. Of course, all the different colors represent. I mean, I have to be onto that subject right now, right? So, if you want, can you save that for another time so I can complete this? Or should I just jump off of this? Because I wanted to show you how the 6 3 6 3 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. Now pick any three numbers, Kate. Pick any three numbers. Let's see if this works out. I need you to pick any three numbers. Any three numbers. Come pick any three numbers. Let me just go back to the kitchen for a second. Yeah, so we've been here 2 hours on TikTok, and we've had a total of 6 people show up, so we can see what's going on. So if you want to go to colors to go over this really quickly, okay, 14 is no, I made a mistake, Kate. Sorry, digits. So I'm going to use 1, 4, 5, or would you rather me use 4, 5, 8, or would you rather me use 1, 5, 8? I meant digits, because the minute you use 2 digits. Every time you use, okay, when you have 1 digit, okay, it's 9. When you have 2 digits, it's 18. When you have 3 digits, it's 27. Every digit will take up an area, space, and position. When you take up 3 digits, 3-digit spaces, you're going to have 1 between 2. When you use 3 digits, it's 9 area. 9 area space. Now, do we call digit a symbol or a character? It's a 9 area space because your birth is 9. So, okay, first I'm going to do 145, then I'm going to do 158. I'm going to bring this over here. There's no one to show on TikTok right now. So I'm going to, characters for the alphabet, right? So here's what we're going to do. I didn't put it on TikTok. I might have to. How you doing, TikTok? How you doing? You like the live? You still here? It shows me nobody's here. Hey, Hayden, how you doing? I'm going to have to show everybody this as I do it. I'm not sure where to put the camera, right? Let me see what I'm going to do. Let me see what I'm going to do. I don't know if this is going to help. Everybody knows Lolito, right? Here's Lolito. Here's my friend Lolito. Hello, Lolito. She works for me. I pay her well. I fix her every time she breaks down, right, Lolito? That's Lolito, right? So I'm going to be putting up this camera on here, right? So Lolito can, we can punch down and take a check. Let me see how we're doing here. Let me fix this. Okay, I think I got it as low as I can go, right? So we're going to have to work here. Let me see where the center is. And wow, it'd be so good if I can get the camera pointed right down on Lolito. Oh, that would be cool, eh? If I can get this camera down here. No, that's not happening. That's not happening. Okay. So I'll see if I can do it this way. Am I interfering with this? Yes, I am. I am. Do you know how frustrated I am? I'm ready to blow up. Yep. This is sickening. This is absolutely sickening. All right, sickening. Okay, let me see if I can see it here. How does it look on TikTok? I'm going to figure that out in a minute. Okay, so here it goes, right? Here it goes. 2. I'm going to see if I'm doing this right. Am I doing this right? Am I doing this right? I think I want to go backwards. I think I'm going to go backwards. I don't remember the trick. 5, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7, 2, 1, 5, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1. 7, 8, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7, 8. So we did not do it. How come it's not showing up? 6145. Let me see. Did I get this right? 8, 7, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7. Good. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. Okay. 7, 5. Okay. So we have to do it again. So that'll be 3. This one over here will be 8. This one over here will be 5. And this one over here will be this one usually repeats. I don't know why I'm not repeating it. This one will be 4. Is it because I went backwards instead of forward? Because you see the numbers they're repeating to now? It's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. See it repeated over here? This one repeated down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They all repeat at the 7th marking. The reason they repeat at the 7th marking is, take a look. You used 1, you used 2, you used 4, you used 5. You never use 3, 6, or 9. That's one of the keys. 3, 6s, or 9s, right? It still works with the 9, but 9 remains 9 in its own self, right? 9 will only be 9 to come into 9. So you're going to repeat. Now, if we do another one, character. So now we can do 1, 5, 8, right? So we're going to do 6, 1, 5, 8. When we do 6, 1, 5, 8, we're going to get 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 3, 6, 3, 6. It doesn't matter which way you go with this. If you half it or you double it, it becomes 3. So 6, halving or double it, will always become 3 all the time. So it's going to play in the 5th house. So this one is 5, this one is 7, this one is 8, 4, 2, 1. This one over here is going to be 7, 8, 4, 2, 1, 5. And then this one over here is going to be 4, 2, 1, 5, 7, 8. 7th one, 7th one, 7th one. That's how they work. That's how all these work. Right? Did you see that? So that was one of them. That's how the numbers rotate. All the numbers rotate in 7 when you're having them. When you half them or double them, they rotate in 7s. The thing is, the numeric value for Earth is 52. Number 52 is Earth. 25 years to life. 5 cuts everything in half, and 2 doubles everything back up. That's how your number rotation. You have 7 days a week. Here's your rotation. One of the equations that goes with number 7. So even if I did this in 7s, I don't know if it would work. But what we have to understand is the week is divided. The week goes like this. It's A, B, C. A, C, B, A. Well, you can put D there also. It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. This is where D goes in. Maybe I should have just put D. Maybe I should. So this would be a 3, 1, 3 cycle, which can also be noted as the 3, 4 cycle. Because the center day of 3, 1, 3, it's all included in here, depending on how you want to break it up. You can also do the A, B, C, D, E, and you can do the A, B, C, D, E, F. When you do this, it is 6 days and 1 day. It is 5 days and 2 days, because it'll be A, B, C, D, E, and then F and G. And here it'll be G, G, F, G. And then over here, if you want, you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you have E, F, G. So here's how your numbers separate. If you're going to 313, then you'll have A, B, C, D, A, B, C, or A, B, C, D, F, G, when E, F, G are on this side, A, B, C are on this side. In this scenario over here, you have A, B, C, D, E, and then F, G. This is going to show you this cube like that. 5 down. There's 5 down. Sorry, 1 down, 5 up. You have the 5 days a week connecting the weekend. Then you have the 6 days. The 6 days and the 1 day of rest. That's where Repa comes in. Repa. Rest in peace. IP address. Indian Pale Ale. Lost Atlantis. 18 and 9, 27. 27 and 16, 43, 44, division of area space. I forget why I put 151 here. There was a reason. 8, 7, and 8. When you add up 1 through 17, it equals to 153. The split of the sun is right over here. The word ace is 9. They show you the ace this way. They say it's an ace. The ace is made up with 1, 5, and 3. The sun, Ra, the 18th division. 2 letters and 3 letters. 10 and 8 come together. The lower shoe for Christmas. 9 times 9, 81 and 18. Where do I get 81? 3 letters. Every letter is a 27 letter count. So in the word sun is also 54. So is love. The truth of this one is 18. The understanding of this one is 52 plus 2. I can't get here. If I go 4 by 14, it equals to 56. I must minus 4. It's on the other side of the gate. It's on the other side of the gate. Our connecting star base is between 7 and 3, 1 and 9, 4 and 6, 8 and 2. Everything passes through 5, but it gets split up. It becomes upper, it becomes lower, then it becomes the left, then it becomes the right. There's 4 areas. There's 4 areas. 4 areas. 1 plays inside. 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Now this area here is inside. Whoop, I shouldn't have done it like that, right? Is inside this area here. This becomes your window. This is your pound key. Instead of this playing 1 and 1, 22, this one becomes 33. 3 by 3 area space, 2 by 2 area space, 1 by 1 area space. The window of Mars, right, to the life of Earth. 22 is ape, go, and when do they go? They go green, which is blue and yellow. I'm just going to get a little bite in the kitchen. I'm going to come back to explain more. I'm going for the bite in the kitchen. I'm going to come back to explain more. Wow, there's, I don't know how many people. It looks like it's eternal, right? How are you, Kayla? How are you, Kayla? Friends not watching. Friends not watching. Alien T, the Zion, right? Maybe I'm going to join somebody else's channel. I have to suck it up and just do it. You know that? I'm going to cancel the TikTok. It's ridiculous tonight. I don't mind having, you know what? I don't mind having one person on. I don't mind having one person, you know, but that's sick. I'm going to speak to some people. Let's see. I'm going to do a shout out. Just give it a minute. You guys know it's slow, right? It looks like some people are starting to follow me back. I don't know. Something's really weird. It's a really weird night. I just want to see what's happening here. Give me a minute.
Honestly, share my personal experience of what I've been through. But this, for me, if I help...
He says, why I should worship that man?
If I can punch you to think...
God was very...
So you're going to go to the first memory that you remember, most recent, recency bias, most recent fucking memory, and go, actually that makes sense because, you know, that's what I've heard, therefore I believe it. Human beings do it all the time. But you actually break it down, look back at it, and actually look at fact. No, this is not the worst time. In fact, it's not even close to the worst time. It's so fucking vastly different, it's ridiculous. We're not living the worst time. It's just you believing in something that's not fucking true because you're unhappy with your life and you want to extrapolate it and project it onto the world. It must be the world that's the problem, not me. Not nice to hear, not nice for me to say, but it's also fucking true. Do you know what I mean? Do you fast? I have done, yeah. Some benefits of fasting. There's many benefits, to be fair. Many benefits. Cell regeneration, loads and loads. Honestly, you can look into it. It's quite vast. You should fast.
Stick with me. Just stick with me.
If you have a severe chemical imbalance, if you've been diagnosed with bipolar, various other things, then I probably wouldn't do it because unless you do it and you know how to do it, you're going to cause a massive imbalance and go through a psychotic episode. Question his head, or no? I didn't go for a psychotic episode, but I went down. It took me about 3 weeks to get back to normal again.
So just give me a minute. I'm going to check something out.
And it wasn't good. It was absolute arse. I did nearly 3 days fasting, and it went right down the fucking shitter real quick. And I carried on because I'm a dickhead. Even though I should listen to my body and didn't do it. Does everyone need to fast? I would say yes, but are there other ways to do it fundamentally better? I did it a second time round. I did it much better. But you have to do it a certain way. Breath, that is not air. Breath. I think I may have missed something on that one. No. It's fucking 2:30 in the morning, literally, and we're talking about deep fucking subjects. I'm just one man with a microphone and a pair of ginger tits. I know. And now it's time for me to go because the time is now for me to go. It's also, strangely enough, great timing. Anyway, don't worry about it, honestly.
Yeah, so we're 4 here now. I'm going to lower that. If they want to talk to me.
Good night. Peace out. Appreciate every one of you who's been on here for way too fucking long. And 6 hours once again. Sweet fucking ballsack. Yes, ask me. I don't know what's going on. Either your language is not great, or I don't know. Please tell me why the fuck you're not responding in a reasonable sense. You're not responding to what I'm saying properly. I don't know what the fuck you're asking. I don't know what's going on. Right, okay. So you're not fucking trolling me. I think I know what you're doing now. I was going to say, because it's way too fucking late in the night for me. Morning. /night. Good night, brother. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about the cycles of the planet, aren't you? That are supposed to be 29 days as an average. A 13-month calendar with 29 days. That's what you're telling me, isn't it? It was originally, and it's based on lunar cycles. It's basically what you're telling me. Is that what you're saying? No. Then I ain't got a fucking Scooby-Doo. No idea. Why is that? Well, it's down to astrology. Things they could see. but we go for a 12-week one. Basically, choose time. So our times then the time, the watch will swear for you, referring to that. It makes this the most accurate by putting us 24 hours a day. But in reality, if you actually timed and calculated the time it takes to go around the sun in one day, it actually wouldn't, due to the magnetic pull of the core of the Earth. I'm not going to go into it. It actually work out nearly 25 hours a day, but we only have a 24-hour day thing. So that's the reason. It makes this the most accurate relative to where the sun is in the sky and the side of the planet. That's basically the idea behind it. So that's why there's a leap year every now and then. It's to balance out the time that isn't taken into accountability on the day. And it's nearly 25 hours in a day, rather than 24. I thought that's what you meant. But nope. 29th day is the beginning of the circle moon birth. I have no idea what the fuck you're saying to me. Birth moon, he's on fucking mental cycle. Bro, send me a fucking message if you want to say something, because this is so fucking divided. I haven't got a stupid idea what you're saying to me. It's like trying to piece together a fucking puzzle with missing pieces. Yes, Lawrence, how you doing, friend? Wait a minute. Lawrence? Are you American? Are you American? You might be.
So I'm listening to this guy, okay?
No, you're not. I thought the Americans back on.
Okay.
Well, it's not. It's just under, technically, 1 hour.
Okay, this guy doesn't want to bring me on.
The way you calculate it, like I said.
Okay, he's ignoring me. Yeah, I'm just going to look through a couple more here and see what's going on.
It's able to determine, generally, how long it takes. It's just an estimation at the end of the day. But it's the most accurate based on our current understanding of time. But technically speaking...
Okay, I'm going to have to shut this off. I can't concentrate on anybody. I'm pregnant. It's not mine. I know I have that aura. Just I can definitely impregnate people from here, but definitely isn't me. That's fascinating, isn't it? Never heard of that. Yeah. 11 months. 11 months of the July. Okay, so let's do this. Is this guy shunting me?
Oh god. 6 minutes extra. You give off sad vibes. Mate, I'm fucking give off knackered vibes.
Yeah, this guy's no good. This guy's no good. This guy, I gotta just give me a second here. I just gotta see this. I've been wasting everybody's time, and I'm very, very sad. There's one guy here I can probably go with.
You could actually get on to. We could listen to one video.
Second miracle.
Here's a guy with 11.
Blooded murderer, killing of Romans, so unlike the Romans, turns into another.
See, and I don't like what they're doing on this station, so I'm gonna reopen my, even on my live on my TikTok, and I'm gonna just flip the camera. I'm just not gonna pay attention to it. So I'm not really gonna pay attention to the TikTok over here. I'm gonna take care of everybody here. Okay. Wow. I'm like using up my head here tonight. I'm looking for an equation I had a minute ago. And if I don't find this one, I won't work on it. So with that equation, do you remember the equation with the 1, 4, 5? So we're going to get back to that, and we're going to do one thing at a time. So all I did all I did, now no one's going to see on TikTok because no one's there, right? But all I did was cut everything in half. When you double it up, 6, 12, 15, 6, 12, right? 6 and 6 is 12. Sorry, I doubled this up. 12, 1 and 2 is 3. I double this up. Double this up 6. Double it up 12, 1 and 2 is 3. Double it up. Double up 5 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1, 2, 4, 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. Binary code, binary code, binary code, binary code, binary code, binary code, binary code. Let me turn this around. Something's wrong. I don't know what's happening here, but they're not letting me flip my camera around. Give me a second. I know what's going on. Just give me a second. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's good. Sorry about that. I'm trying to run 2 cameras at the same time. How you doing? So now I'm going to get this camera behind me. So this is how binary code runs. This is how binary code runs. When they show you binary code, what are they actually telling you? Wouldn't you not think it's just a skeleton of what you can do more? Why do we just stop and accept things for what they are? They're all skeletons, bones, dots and dashes. Sign your name on the dotted line. Now, I'm an English person living in a French province for my whole life. So I've heard of the word signature. It also goes with the word singe. Singe is a monkey. The monkey is the 9th zodiac. It is also the 4th zodiac. The reverse of 12. Everything is different. In every level of numbers, it's always different. It's always different. If it's 12, it's 12. If it's 13, it's 13. If it's 14, it's 14. I'll work inside 12, inside 10, inside 14, whatever it is, right? On the construct, but not on the contrary, right? Not on the contrary. It says I have 5 something here. Let me see what that is. How you doing, Ona? How'd you like to come up? Are you real? Are you a bot? You know, it's funny. We all had to change our mannerisms on here. We have to be nice all the time, right? We have to be nice. I guess maybe, I don't know. I don't know if a bot can do that or not. But I'm going to, you know what? I think it's just as good for me, right, to talk to a bot or not. The air we breathe, the reason for that reason for that statement. Great. Okay, are you following the story? Are you following the story? It comes off in pieces and parts. Comes off in pieces and parts. I talk to the machine, I talk to the wall. And I have a reason for talking to the machine and talking to the wall. What am I breathing? What would it be, and what is the necessity for the breath I take? And what is it telling my body? Is it dictating something to my body? Is it oxygen to give me power? Why do 2 elements ignite? Why do they work together? To give us life, to give us breath? Where are we? When you jump from a plane and you skydive, you don't just drop to the floor. You're being held up. You're being held up by the fabric of space. You pushing through that energy and you're breathing that in. If you're breathing in that energy, who says that energy isn't the same energy that's in our computers, that's on the face of your television screen, your LED? How do you know what it is? When you look into the light and you see it starts to shadow and flicker, and when you see far and you start to see a fog, what is that fog? What is that blur? Because you can't see. Why can't you see? What are your eyes for? We all know that our eyes twist everything back upside down. Your eyes and your ears are talking to you. They each have their own element of breaking up what is being heard, what is being said, and redictating it to you. How do you think? How do you speak? So the air we breathe, the air you breathe is the electronics for this to be alive. When the organs run, it's running on your behalf, but it's only running for the air you breathe. They cannot restructure something unless they pass through the lungs, through the heart, into the pumping station, into the blood, into the liver. They have to understand the whole formation, how it returns. They already learned about the liver. They mostly learned about the certain organs, right? Through all these transplants and everything, right? So what do? What do you think happened 4 years ago? What happened 4 years ago? I was in the business. I'm a pig farmer. I was here 4 or 5 years ago, right? But I was in the business. My father was in the business since the 60s. I saw what happened. I saw what happened as a child. I grew up that way until I was 40-something years old. But by the time I was 40, growing up as a child, and I saw what happened, and I saw everything that happened after that in front of my eyes 4 years ago, wasn't anything that didn't happen 40 years ago. But you weren't there. I was. I saw the inside of the pork when the veterinary came over and had to open it up. Right here, blown up, bloody. Then the sun visor came in, pH, sun visor on the one in your car, you know, when you pull down for your window, sun visor, came in with the spade. On those pigs back then, 25% went to rendering. Before, it was 20%. After, it was 25%. And then it petered, and then it went away. Just like that. Just like that, after 2 years. 30% losses. I picked them up as children, and I delivered them. I saw the way they breathe out their nose. Now think about their nose. We don't have a pig nose. We don't have a pig nose. But the frequency, what they had from them, was between the lungs. Aqua lungs, my friend Aquarius. Only could the pigs swim and fly, if pigs can fly. Not if, it's when. 977, ham radio, the pigs began to fly. The numeric value of the pig is 977. 77 is the numeric value for matter, the numeric value for power, the numeric value for Christ. You're starting off a word with CH, ST, ND, ending in NDRD, TH. When you're first, if you're third, TH is first, but TH only begins in the second house. When I say it begins in the second house, sorry, it is part of the second house. everything ends here but begins here. It ends here and it begins here. 1 goes into 2, creating 3. That is your creation. That's one side of the cube. This side of the cube transforms itself onto this side of the cube. What you did 1, 2, 3 on one side of the cube, you did 4, 5, and 6 on the other side of the cube. FED, Fed, Federation, 4, 5, and 6 equals to 15. And it's a straight with 3 points equals to 5. When you played the game of cribbage, 11, 11 equals 121 to the end of the game. Merkaba, 3. The triangle in skeleton form is actually a division of 3. 120 degrees in a certain area with an angle. I'm not sure of what the angle is, but it's 120 degrees. What is the angle of the Merkaba? When you run this angle, you have to run 3 equal sticks around the triangle. So you'll have 3 sticks down this way and 3 on the bottom. Those 3 sticks on the bottom will connect to the platform. That platform, okay, will be in reflection of all 3 sides. So there's 4 sides, 3 sides and 1 side. Now, if you take it and you flip it once, you flip it twice, you flip it 3 times, you have to flip it to the 4th time. And at the same time, when you do that, you got to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Then you turn it. 1, 2, 3. And then you turn it. 1, 2, 3. And then you turn it again. 1, 2, 3. 4 times 3 equals to 12 zodiac signs. Why do you do this? There are 3 points on each one. There's 3 points on each corner. You have 4 sides. Every side gets to play a role on each one of its corners. 4 by 3 equals to 12, the 12 zodiac signs. And they all move. First they're here, then they're here, then they're here, then they're here. But how come there's only 12? How come there's 88 constellations? I haven't done the full equation of how the 12 move amongst the 88 constellations. If I get my numbers right, it'll be 7 times 12 plus 4, which will be 88. 7, we're just going to do it this way. 7 times 12 plus 7 is equal to 91. The numeric value of connecting A with I is that number. But it's 88 with 4. Pluto is 84. 3 cycles of the moon are 28 days each. We need a full 3 cycles. Every time you turn this 1, 2, 3, I'm not sure how the complete zodiac signs work, but you get 3 complete moons. You have the same amount. You have 12 zodiac signs. You have 12 months a year. You have 13 moons a year. So I have to understand and manipulate an understanding with the perfect number that will show me that exact answer. Just like numbers repeat binary code. Numbers are binary code. Okay? Numbers are binary code. But 3, 6, and 9 do not run in the binary. There is no 3, there is no 6, there is no 9. The only way to get 9 in binary is 1 and 2 to create 3. The only way to get in binary is 0, 0, 0. Is 1, 0, 0, 1, 1001, or M1, M Roman numeral 1001. I is 1. 1 and 2 is everything. 1 and 2 is everything. 1 between 2. And what the reverse is, you see, this is a dead end. In French, it'll be C-U-L, cul, like cul-de-sac, dead end. 3, 12, 21. 21 and 12, 33, plus 3. In the house of 3, the explanation. 3 and 6 is 9. 3 times 6 is 18. 3 plus 6 is 9. 9 and 18, 99. It's the only, R letter is the only letter with the I to reflect itself, and it's the only one with 2 in the house. 2 in the house of Bait. The 9 birth in the house of Bait. The 9 birth in the house of Bait. 2 and 9. We have to understand one thing. When we're looking at an item, I don't want to give the answer. This is something about all of us, and whether or not what I am saying, okay, is true. For wherever it goes, if you're the manufacturer of bags, you don't know who's buying the bags. You don't know what they're using the bags for, right? You don't know what's in the bags. You don't know where the bag's going to end up. See, now I spoke, I don't remember where I was. So you have the 9 birth in the 2 houses. So house number 1, house number 2, R&R, relaxation. You have the upper house, the D, right? DVD, right? DVD. You have this house here, and then this house. You see this one in the center? The bunny rabbit, right? It's ham radio and it's bunny rabbit. Ham radio, bunny rabbit. You have R, R, R. And then when you flip it over, you have R, R, R. But this R, right, can go here and it goes here. The night sky, when you go to sleep at night, your feet go into Venus. It's the 4 houses of Venus. Venus is 80. They take away one of the houses in Venus. Now you're in 3 houses of Venus out of 4. We rotate with inside the house. It's called 80 because you need the whole house. You only use the night part when you're sleeping. It calls the night part of the house. And then there's the day part of the house. No matter when you go to sleep, the sun is up and the sun is down, the moon is out and the sun shines. Take care, Olan. Take care. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Maria. How you doing? Have you ever been here before? You know, people invite me. I don't know where to go in. So where was I? Yes, so it's the 2 houses. So you're born into the houses. You know, this is a 5, this is a 5, and this is a 1. Are you reflecting here as 9? Or are you reflecting here as 11? You have to play with both of them. The star connecting 7 and 3, 9 and 1, 4 and 6, 8 and 2, all 10s. All 10s. What can you do? Your highest number in here is 9 and 9, 18. That's the highest number. 9 and 8 is 17. These 2 are your beginning. Here is your 1 between your 2. Your 1 between your 2. Your 9 with your 1. Your 8 with your 2. You can't begin until you get 3. Here's your beginning. 7 and 3. That's the beginning. 7 and 3. 8 and 9, right? 3. And this is HINAB. HIAB. So you have AI and BH, 28-day cycle of the moon, your 9 birth. This is the S letter, right? You are a resident here. The DV that you are, the life, right? The 4th life that you are. V representing 5. D representing 10 or 500. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals 10, which is the result. The result goes over here into this position. See that? Separation into this division over here. This is 10 and this is 1, is it not? If you were looking at the Mayans, the dots are 1. So everything, so you have this bottom part, 10, right? The upper part is 30. The upper part is 30 over the bottom part, that is 10. It's a 3 to 1. If you come to one side, like I said, you're birthed to one side. This one over here, this covers the house. This divides the house. This is the house, and this will come in as the division. The number 1 is noted to be the A letter. That drawing you saw, I just didn't put the A on top of it. I didn't put the, let me see where it is. So it's, you see that? You see the house, right? The ace actually, it should be like this, right? Or you can hang it upside down, and I'll show you it this way. Maybe the house is above us and we're in the center. I'm never sure which way to look at it. See this one area here, one area here. When you have a block, I'm going to just put this down a little bit. When you have a block or an O and you have an X over here, this block is going to tell me this X is in the heart of this block. Therefore, all this X here joins everything. The pool is joined right over here in this area. When it's joined, each one of them, whether it's electronic or not, are shifting stories amongst them. Perhaps this is a transition station between the energies and the water, between maybe the earth and the water. Maybe it's a filtration system, right? Where they have to remove the sand. Inside the sand, they have Sanskrit. They have stories when the sand drops, right? Maybe the sand, each pebble is telling a story like DNA, like you can read the DNA strands, right? Yes, I'm going to explain to you what it's all about. Please always to welcome somebody new, and always please to explain what I do. So let me take a sip. And never mind, if you hear the way I explain this, you would never realize that I started doing this 20 years ago, and I'm not happy that I'm still upside down, that I can't get my camera standing straight on my screen, and it hinders me sharing. It hinders my trend of thought. 20 years ago, I had a vision. I'm a pig farmer and a truck driver. Had a vision 20 years ago. I saw what happened in 1984. In 1984, I saw what happened. It happened again in 2020. I don't know who did it, but it was reported when I went to the auction sales, when I went to the auctions in Embruna, Ottawa. A gentleman told me, and I made an exchange with him. He says, I buy these pigs. He says, don't buy them. I says, why can't I buy them? He says, they're sick. I says, what do you mean they're sick? He says, well, they're not sick. He says, but they have no immune system. I says, what do you mean they have no immune system? Tell me more about the story. It's just a story for entertainment purposes only. So the gentleman tells me the story that, you have sun visors on your car, right? You have a sun visor. Well, this sun visor is spelled like this, PFIZ, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And what was happening is we lost 30%, 25, 30%. We lost it. What was happening? The Aquarius, Aqualung, my friends, Aquaman. Okay, well, Aquaman swimming with the fish that you breathe in. You think this is air we breathe? I can tell you right now, if you bring me anyone I need, all I need is the person who knows. And all I need is the question and the answer. And then I put the numbers towards it. And you'll see how the mathematics tells a story with the numbers and the knowledge of any of these people, whether you're a plumber, whether you're an electrician, if you're a computer programmer, if you're in construction, if you put a car together, if you put a tire on a rim, they're all going to have rules and regulations within the realms of their usage, and the way they do things can dictate to me how I can use my numbers. Because it works for them, why can't it work for me? I'm here 20 years. I study games. I look at a game and I observe. I go, Monopoly, Waterworks Electric Company. On number 13, the 13th moon. Wait a second, something's wrong. We don't have 13 moons. But on the 13th position is Waterworks and Electric Company. That's pretty bizarre. That is pretty bizarre because we only have 12 moons, 12 zodiac signs. But because of the 29th day, that everybody knows the 29th day. Does anybody know the 29th day? Somebody's got to say yes or no. How you doing, Cheryl? Anybody know about the 29th day? Anybody know? Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl. Anybody know about the 29th day? You want to know about the 29th day? Hey, Davy Crockett. Yes. If it's Davy Crockett, it's got to be a McNugget. It's made from chicken. It's dipped in oil. I observe and I bring those statements out, and I understand what is oil, what is the numeric value. I'm going to see the process of that, which is going to help me on another element to dissect what another word could be by understanding the way the numeric values of these words were combined together. On the 29th day is a leap year. Good. Now it happens once every 4 years. Good. There are 1,460 plus 1 day to get to that day. 1,460 plus 1. So nobody else knows what happens on that day. 2 results, like in baseball. 2 results on baseball. I'm still waiting. Anybody got to say anything? 10 and 17. Sherry, yes, very good. Here it goes. You ready? You ready? Now, if you're a guy, if you don't know, you must have walked into that situation where you went up and said, is it that time of the month? What do you mean, day 28 or day 29? Well, we haven't slept together, so I'm not really sure if I care about day 29 too much. But if we did, day 29 is always the most important day. It's the cycle of the moon. Full round secal. What is that? I wish I understood what a secal is. Let me see. Where's a secal? The 29th day is the first day of the next cycle. If you're running red, you're not giving birth. You're not into the 10 star. You're not in the 9 star. You remain in the 10 star. You remain in the 10 star, right? Until you give birth, and then you're into the 11 star. So this is what it is. The 29th day begins the first day of the next cycle. Then on the 57th day, the 28, 29 is first. This is second. This is 56. And then this is 57. The H and the I. Now, I'm hoping that I can explain it easily. You like my drawing? I can print it out for you, right? This is a little complicated. The 29th day is center C in the piano. The 29th day is in a leap year. The 460th, 461st day, where the February 29th can be the 1400, 1461. The 29 and 28 equal to the 57. It equivalates to the moon. So you're going to know on this day, from the beginning of this cycle to here, the cycles, we follow the cycles of the moons in threes. 28, 28, 28, start the new cycle. 28, 28, 28, start the new cycle. If I start the cycle every time at 28, there's 2 sides to the zodiac. 6 on this side and 6 on this side of the total of, okay, of the total of the 180-degree plane. There's 6 on this side and 6 on this side. It gets divided up. So I'm just trying to see how to explain this. When you come into birth, you bring your 6 into this world. 6, 6, 6, 18. But you only use the zodiac and moons that are already here. The total is supposed to total 18 plus a shared one right in the center over here. This is where the sun and the moon will come in to cover this area space over here. This area space shows you the river joins both sides where the sun don't shine in the basin. You ever see the way the basin looks, right? Where you pull a mooner, you bend over, you pull a mooner. Everything comes out of here. Here's your mooners. the 2 moons of Mars to the 1 sun up and moon of Earth. Here's the waters. Here's the plugins, right? You take this strand, plug it in here, take this strand, plug it in here. Or you have to do is fill up the water, connect the basins. You put the birth over here. You connect your cube over here. Your sex operator, you know what I'm saying? Right over here. See all the oceans meet right in the heart? 1 part water, 1 part electric. Hydroelectric. An invite, but it does not open. What is an invite, but it does not open? What does that mean, Kate? Yes, okay, the months are supposed to have a 29-day cycle. But according to, if we do that, then we would have 12 months of 29 days, right? So we have to have 14, and 4. We would have 18 days. So we have 12 months, right? All our months, we'd have 18 days. 18 days. Just give me a second. 18 days. If I used the 29 days, I get 343 days. 348 days I would use in a 29 days. Now, if I went by 13 by 29, it equals to 377. In the Hebrew calendar, their year runs about from 354 to a total of 384. One of the reasons I say there's no 13 months, and there is 13 months, except the whole thing is the 13th month is you. You're the 13th month that gets encompassed into the equation. 555. You're already made from within the house. 555. 5 times 5 times 5 is 125. There's 1.25 days left over at the end of the year. 5 plus 5 plus 5 equals to 15. Saturn square. 15, 1 through 5 equals 2, 3, 4, our vibration. 29th day in the piano from right to left, from left to right is the 24th. The 24th, as you will see eventually, or if you look into one of my 15,000 videos online, you're going to see that 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is both the dog and the cat, Earth and Mars connecting Uranus and Neptune. And the cat's value is 4 to 1 over the dog. It takes 4 cats to create 1 dog. The dog is much larger than the cat. The cat lives in the house, creating communication inside the aether of the house. Don't bark up a tree at me. At me. Me is not just a word, it's a story within. I don't know the whole story at this moment. I have to be on the equation when I see it. You need a permit to emit, right? You need a permit to emit the frequency. Ham radio gives you that opportunity to emit. Ham radio. All the songs I know, there are many that I cannot talk off my hand. When they talk about ham radio, different musical songs, the Queen, the songs they sing, the stories they're telling within the song are directly within their words connecting to a story on a 3,000-year-old cube. TikTok sent me an invitation from your channel. When I click it, it doesn't open. Okay, what is your name, Kate? You have a name on TikTok? Maybe I can try and search you. I'll see if it works. You want to try it? Right, because it'd be beautiful if we all get up on here. For me, it's clearer on TikTok, okay? I will tell you that I started 20 years ago. I'm going to remind you of this and mention to you this. What you see behind me, not an artist, but I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what I saw. When I closed my eyes, it's amazing. Just amazing. I don't even want to do it because once I get in there, I don't want to come out. They dammed the rivers. So did you ever see this? So remember Joan of Arc, or how about Joan Rivers? So now you connect Joan Rivers. If you want to go back, you can look at Herbert Hoover Dam. You can go back and you can look at, okay, I know who you are. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to go look. Remember that, let's see, I just want to see what's going on. Las Vegas was the last one, okay? Oh, okay. Are you Lily? No, you're not. I can't seem to open it. I can't. Well, they won't let me. I don't know. Can I go out and get and search for guests somewhere? Let me see. Invite. Oh, it has invites. Okay, what if I want to invite people I don't know? Can I go search out multi-guests, prioritize, moderators? Listen, if you all stick with me, right? We are each other right now. You know, for those of you who have followed me for the last 10 or 15 years, you know what I'm about. You've seen me from the beginning, right, to the end, growing beards, cutting my beards. I always looked the same. I always did the same thing. I learned how to read this cube, 3,300 years old. But not only can I read that one, but I just got it to be able to read this one. I'm going to be very soon learning this one. What it is about this one, okay, in the back, is this one will move inside of it. So this story will be in that black cube. I'm not sure what that cube says yet. I'm not sure what that cube says yet. So I'm not sure who's who. What is the picture? Let me see the picture. See, I see pictures coming up, right? And I don't know who's who. And I'm a little shy and I don't want to reach out, right? Like I see you right now, but I don't know how to invite you. I don't know how to send you a link. No, I don't know how to send you a link. I see you here. So I see you over here. Let me see what happens. Let me see what happens. I see Kate right here. I see you, Kate, right here. Look. You're the beehive person. Let me see. Can I invite some people on TikTok to my TikTok page, even if they don't talk TikTok? So you also have to know that if you have TikTok, we don't stop there. Because with TikTok, the mouse ran up the clock. Now, when the mouse ran up the clock, what does it mean? Have you ever heard in sports when they ran down the clock? Right? So if you run up the clock, you run down the clock. Does it mean giving more time, taking away time? The assembly of most of all is that it's put together in pieces and parts. The numbers are in pieces and parts. No, 1, 2, 3. Would you like to know what the number cycle is? I'm going to give you a base example. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? We're going to go to this. I'm going to show you something. Let me do it here. Gematria calculator. That's not the one I want. Okay, this is what I want. Now watch this. And now I'm going to see, check this out. I'm hoping that you can see this. Let me bring the camera down over here. Whoop. Let me see if I can, whoa, hold on a second. Wow, this is, hold on a second. Because I'm plugged in and, 1 second. Just 1 second. Wow. Oh my God. Okay. I'm on zero flow tonight. Zero flow. What is private? Privet. What does that mean? Woo, what is that? So I'm going to see if I can show you. Let me see. Look at number 1. 7, 4, 2. 7, 4, 13, 8 and 5, 13, 1 and 3, 4, 6 and 5, 11, 1 and 1, 2. This is wrong. This should be 6. I spelt it wrong, right? You see that I not that, it's 4. So it's 60. It's 6. 7, 4, 2, 6. Now look what happens at 5. You get 6, right? And at 6, you get 7, and you get 2, and you get 4, and you get 6. The first 4 and the next ones, they're all duplicates. 1 comes into 6. They're the reverse cube, 77. They complete all the 7s. They are 711. The 16th P is the canine, 7 come 11. 3 is 56. 7 and 65. 3 and 7 come together. 8 is 4 and 9, 13. 5 and 8, 13. They come together. So 1 through 9 all comes together. They're all repeats. 7, 4, 2, 6. So let me look at that. 7, 4, 2, 6. Now the thing about these numbers is that there's only 4 in the sock. There's only 4 in the sock. There's only 4 in a sock. It's a sock. It's a sock or a boot or a socket if you want to look at it that way. Let me show you. So here's what we got. Let me see if I can show you this. Here's a sock. Here's a heart. Here's a heart. Here's your connection. Here's your one heart plugging up to this. What is all this? What is all this? It's a 9. Did I mark this right? Did I get this one right? Yeah, I got that right. Okay. 4 area space, 1, 1, 3. 4, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4 vibration. Our plug-in. We plug in. It's one of these designs. that we plug this one into this bridge. We bridge here, we bridge here. Or you want to call it, we pull up to the dock. So we pulled up to the dock and we locked up here and we locked up here, right? In pulling to the dock, which is here. Over here, there is no dock. The dock is here and here. We encompass the area space on the outside. Let me see if I did this right. Just want to see if I did this right. This hooks to here. 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 Okay, I got it. Shows up like this. So this corner here, this is a very, very slow roll. You know, I didn't come out here in movie style. You know what I'm saying? It's not a movie style where it's all going to get completed today. This is 20 years putting this together, and I'm going to bring this back without reading a book, through this cube and this calculator, understanding separation on this ruler, this item over here, this over here, and a protractor, and knowing up and down and left and right, basic mathematics and multiplication, addition 1 through 9. I can probably talk about something about, I don't know. If you can know it, then I will know the word. You say the word, and I'll do the work. Sometimes it takes time, right, to wrap my head around the situation. It starts off very small. I started off with a dot and a dash, right? The dash and the dot and the dash, right? Dasher and Prancer. The dot and the dash representing Earth and Mars. Earth is the dash or a line. Earth is going to be a square. Mars is going to be a window. Earth 52, Cat 24, Earth. 4 times this to create this. I'm using this, but really this is supposed to be for Mercury because it's the first planet. It's Mercury and Mars. When Mercury comes in between, I should be doing it that way, would only be fair. There's 2 ways to do this. Actually, there's all the ways to do it, so I'm sorry for saying it that way. What I can do is I can take this and put it in here on this corner, this corner, this corner, and this corner. This is all I need to start with. That is Mercury. Only one, right? Mars and Mercury come together. When I put it in the center of this, I create all these extra areas over here. So there's a question. Does this move around 4 times inside of here as the hexagon moves? The hexagon, 4 hexagons will create an octagon. So now you'll have to go hexagon cat, octagon dog. Have you ever heard of the master numbers? 1 goes between 2, creating what? 1 goes between 2, right? So we have 1 here, goes between 2. It splits Mars apart, creating this one over here. This is 3 poles that run in creating the 9 area spaces of the 9 lives of the cat. 33, this is 33, 22, 11. equals 66. Why? Because it's 3 cubed, 2 cubed, and when I use 33, because it'll be 3 cubed, 2 cubed, it's an expression of the possibilities of what you do. So, Kate, I'm still looking for you. Are you here, Kate? Who wants to come up? Mary Shaw, how you doing? I can stop with this if you want to jump right in, or I can continue with this for the next 2 minutes to explain where I am with this. But there's just one piece I just wanted to show at the end. Here's a dock, and here's a dock. This ship backs in and plugs up here to the dock here and the dock here. This one comes in and docks here and docks here. Here's the pull between the two sides. Only when these two sides come in, right? This is a distance area space. When these two come in, they encompass an area of place. Now you connect. You lock it in here. You lock it in here, right? Or you put up your piping or passage to get into the pool. This area here is 1, 2, 4, 7. This area here is 6, 9, 6, 9, 15, 8, 23, 23, and 7. So I'm just going to stop right there, and I'm going to lower my radios, or this humming somewhere in the background is somewhere. Well, I'll just have to lower the sound. Good evening, Maria. So 5 and 8, let me show you where they are. Things that go around with 5 and 8. 5 and 8, 13 is like 2 and 5, 7. 2 and 5 is 25 years to life. It's a hookup, meaning the word jack. Okay, J-A-C-K is a hookup. The J is part of the lower house 7th star system. Now, I'm not sure if you saw how rotation in binary code, when in binary code, the numbers work by 7s in rotation. Let me move this back up. So if you know binary code, it's 1, 2, 4, 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14, right? 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 5 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. So it's a rotation of 7. So when you get into Capricorn, right, I'm assuming there's a few stories that I create with what is within, right? The Capricorn, Aries, and the Aries is when the waters join, into the two worlds and bring your birth in. The heavens 8 and 8, and it is split over here. When you split anything that's split is a number 5. It goes into the ocean. It goes into the area of 5. Everything joins at 5. Everything passes through 5. You can pass other ways. When you pass in between an area space, it'll be a 0.5. One of the reasons I understand so far that when I split my face in half, I see something that happens. I get an eye and an ear, right? But the nose, number 1, it's number 1. Just call it one nose, right? It's one nose. So it becomes 1.5. The 1.5 is telling me that I split one nose in half, so it's half and it's half. The 1 is because I get the nostril with each, because 1 is a splitter. 1 goes in between no matter what. So you already know area, space, and position. The area, space, and position of that is between 1 and 4 at 2.5. 1 plus 1.5, 4 minus 1.5. I know it goes over here at 2.5. In between here, 3.5. In between here, 4.5, 7.5, 6.5, 5.5, 7.5, 4.5, 1.5, 2.5. All the area in between space. So what happens when you split the nose in half? It's telling you between your left and your right hemisphere, because you have one nose for 2 hemispheres. Don't count the nostrils yet. So we had to, don't forget the pig, the frequency of the pig breathes and sweats through its nose. What, right? We spit out our mouth. We don't spit out our nose. We spit out our mouth. Sometimes our nose runs, not the same thing. We're always spitting out our mouth. So your mouth is an exchange for the pig. The one nostril of the pig, the breath of the pig part of the respiration, our respiration, and the pig's respiration. We run together. One is galactic and the other one is land. So I showed you at the beginning, land, animal, and man, right? Land, animal, and man. I'm not sure who can see this, but I'm going to show it down on TikTok first. So you can see that the pig is galactic, right? The pig has a flat nose. It's a direct hookup. The human is not. And when they show you the division, they can show you they're the light. They're the communication in the air. Our reader, okay, is Pig Latin. We have to understand a little Pig Latin to understand how it's decoding within us. We are DNA, sand, land, animal, and man. Within the sand, we were both born the same way, but we pick up the frequency different. Inside of every person is the swine. Now, if I show you, I'm going to try and explain something or say something. Pig is 977. Sand, land, animal, and man. Land, animal, and man. A-N, 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 A-N. The N is on one side of the alphabet. The M is on the other side of the alphabet. Everything gets split with the A. But the M, when it's put into position, it draws a line up, it draws a line over, it draws a line up, and it draws a line down. It does twice what the N does. The N goes straight up, only goes halfway across, and then goes up. You need two N's to equal to one M. The 14th letter in the 14th letter, okay, is 28. 28 to the cycle of the moon. So you go ahead and you take the N and you go up, right? And is it a steeper ride down, or will you run closer down here and then up? How will you create the N on the 45 angle as the M? So we have to understand, do we run this way or which way do we work it? If I run them all in the 45 degree angle, my center house is going to overlap here. My N will go up. It'll go all the way down my N over here, and it'll go up here. The other one will crisscross the N and land up over here. Otherwise, I have to restructure this design and follow how many different times I have to create the N when the leg goes here. When it goes up here, down here, and then up here. And then the other one goes up here, down here, and up here, and it meets at the head. 14 and 14, 28 to 28 day cycles of us meeting the moon of the two hemispheres, the right and the left hemisphere. While the M goes straight up, only 3/4 of the way down, up all the way, and all the way down, stopping over here, stopping at the borderline, stopping at the river, connecting the sides of the river, two sides, the square in the center over here, right? The square in the center over here tells me the heart is shared. When there's a point on both sides, okay, it tells me there's no sharing. It's closed in. This automatically, okay, automatically is going to tell me hexagon. Automatically, it tells me hexagon. Can we create two hearts? Yes, we could. But this one, it's hexagon because I see it over here. I can bring this one down to a point. When it means a point, in construction, you're either online, corner to corner, and that's it. Otherwise, you're working, and it's a sine wave in an area space showing a flow, which is a DNA, the DNA strands, the auger system. So I'm going to show you back to 5 and 8, and we did 5 and 8. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, I want to finish with the land and animal. So this word in French is ET. It means and. It's also located on the 7 key. But DNA is DNA. It's number 19. It connects AI. It connects, when it connects 19, it reduces to 2 worlds. The L, okay, or one of the wings, or the L is the 7, 9, 11, 13 system that rotates around the E world. Everything rotates around here. In the game of chess, you have one of the pieces that moves 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Are we all following right now? Right? All 3 of us? I'll tell you about 51 after. 33 by 47, 15, 51. 51 reduced in Mars will be 15. Our vibration flows 1 through 5, which is 4, 3, 2, 15. You're 15, right? The numeric value for Mars in the quarter of time is 15. 15 seconds times 4 equals to 60. 15 seconds is 25%. 25 is relative to the buck, to the reindeer, and 25% is relative of 100%. So if 15 seconds is 25% of time, 100% of it would be 60, which would be 100% of time. Therefore, okay, did you follow me with that? Did you follow me? 15 seconds on the clock, 25%. Earth, 30 seconds on the clock, 50. I do not have very many numbers for 50. One of them is snake. The other thing about 50 is 42, and hold on, 42 is 1, and 64 is 10. It'll create me 1 and 1. It'll create me an 11 with that combination. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, the 0 is number 64. So although sometimes we're confused what to do with it, one of the things about number 1 is we need 3. I need to communicate with you, and then we need the element of communication, call it the operator between us. It is no value between us other than the communication. We are 2, we are part of the Mars moons, and our reception is through the lunar moon. And here's the lunar moon. We possess the sides of Mars and the lunar moon and sun within inside of us. The reason I put this on here is because the frequency of this animal, okay, and where it ends up in the zodiac sign tells me a few things. The pig's pregnancy is 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. Pig is 977, which is power. Power of I, power of Christ, power of matter. Pig is the 12th zodiac sign. My question is like this. If it's the 12th zodiac sign, will the pig fit in Aquarius? Sorry, will the pig fit in Pisces? The reverse of the pig is going to be the ram. The reverse, you see, I'm not going the reverse in the halfway mark. I'm going to complete opposite. If I want to join the halfway mark, well, all the zodiac signs are going to join the same thing. The zodiac is locked up between Virgo and Balance. 71 and 42. 8 and 6. That's where the dividing gate was. 8 and 6. Communication between the 9 lives of the cat, the 4 houses of the cat, to the 1 house of Mars. It takes the 4 cats of communication in order to communicate. So let me see if I can pick up one of my books here. Move this back. So do you like my green screen in the back? Trying to see where this one piece I wanted to show. Oh yeah, I got it. So there's artwork for everything. You can find just about every single number everywhere. So Matrix is 85. Number 2 is 85. Number 2 is also Venus. number 81, which fits with the sun. Venus is only, remember, because we need everything to fit into number 3. So I need 3 of these and 1.5 of these to get into here. 1 and 2 equals to 3. We begin creation. We have 3 areas here. We need these 4 area over here. So 3 and 6 areas. We can also have 3 areas and 6 areas. Looks like 10, right? Over here. So 3, 6 is your creation. So I was taught to multiply 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, 18 and 9. Now it's funny the way the 18th letter and the 9th letter are both in the same house. I and R, there's only 2, both in the same house. They must reside in the house of Mars. I don't think they're going to reside in this house because they have to be split apart if they're 2. Mars house doesn't split apart. This one does. This goes between 2. In the Olympics, right? In the Olympics, you have a silver on one side and bronze on the other. But when you're moving in numbers and you only have 2, you keep them together. It's not always 2 between 1, but in order to create, you need 1 between 2. Or 1 is in the heart of all. When 1 is in the heart of all, wow. 1 is in the heart of all. That all, if you want to press in there, how much is the all worth? The all is worth 8. The basis is here. There's 9. Here's the basis of 9. When you have 1 area in the center, you have 8 that are around. If you use 2, you'll have 7. If you use 3, you'll have 6. If you use 4, you'll have 5, and so forth. But when you use 6 out of the 9 when you are awake, and 6 out of the 9 when you are asleep. But because this one is in the center and this one is in the center with all, it will be in the center of this one, just on the other side. Let's say this would be in the earth, and this would be your heavens that is living upon the earth. You are the 6th birth, right, of the 1 day of rest. So that would be Repa. You have an IP address here. You rest in peace. And on the 7th day of the Lord rested. The octagon, the dog, is number 26. It's going to go here. The cat is number 6. 2 and 4, 6. 2 and 6, 8. The dog will be the hexagon. The dog will be the octagon. The cat will be the 666 hexagon. The reverse cube of 6 is 8. So let's make it simple. 3 on one side, double that is 6. Double that is 8. 3, 6 opposite 8. The dog is opposite of the cat, right? But it's in the same house because 6 and 8 share the same area space. 1 area space between 6 and 8. They are sharing the 7th space between them. Four cats, 4 hexagons create 1 octagon. Can I have done this any other way? When this is created, see, I did it down here again. 1, 2, 3, 4. See the square, the cube that's in the center? This would be 24, right? 24. 6 of them, sorry, 4 of them, 6 sides is 24. Plus, if I had to count them inside a major cube of 6 sides, right? If I had to count them, and plus you can count the 1 area space for 1 meaning the dividing space amongst these shapes. So 24 plus the 1 extra space for the 25th hour. Also maybe possibly for rotation, but 1 is an expression of division. So now you have, if you had 6 sides by 24, you would have 144. So now what happens with this? When you come into life and you fulfill your heart, you squeeze these 2 together. I squeeze them together. Now these 2 are closer together. These 2 are further apart. Instead of having 8 sides, I now have 14 sides. 3, 4, 7, 11. 3, 4, 3, 10, 10, 11, 10, 11, all the way around. 3, 4, 3, 7 times 7 times 7, 343. 7 plus 7 plus 7, 21. 21 plus 343 equals to 364. 91 by 4, 364. 28 by 13, 364. 7 by 13 is 91. 4 suits in the deck of cards, 13 cards, 1 through 13. The 12th moon ends it. Everything ends the cycle on 12. Here is what happens. But when you end the cycle, in order to bring something into the world, it has to be on the starting of the incoming, so it jumps onto the new cycle. This is a half-life world, and you can't end in the middle. Like, we didn't start on 1. We started in the middle of 1. So when you're looking at 1, 1 is actually halfway past. It's already past. You don't live on the pole. Here is the center pole. Here is what's around it, that surrounds it, that encompasses it. If we have the Earth 9, you will see there will be 1 here. This is the 4 poles house of Mars. 1 here, here, and here. These are your tracks. Over here, here's the training or exchange station. You end up to be here, 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 and here. 22, 22, 22, 22, 88. 88 constellations. 88022, text me now. Trump's number. That's the setup of the Monopoly game. It's 13, the Monopoly game. 6, 1, 6. Or what we can do is 5, 3, 5. Just give me a second, I'm dry. What I like about Monopoly, it showed me that Waterworks Electric Company, in order to create the child through the breath, once the sperm meets the egg, the breath will finish off through the woman the assembly of the child. Through the breath you take, right? Tell me about air. Find somebody who can tell me exactly what's going on in the air, right? You can read the air. It's to be read. It's in your breath. If it wasn't, why would it be there? Why do we need to breathe? Why do humans need to breathe? Why isn't just drinking and eating good enough? Why do we need the breath? The 5 and 8 is like this. Since we have the 9 areas in the calculator, right? I'm not sure which one you want to go with, but I'm going to work right now with the boot, right? When you work with the boot, I'm going to hook up direct here. They're going to get this boot. You're going to get this boot. They're going to get 1, 2, and boot 3. And the boot 3 will boot up with 4. And I'm right. And then here, right? Don't forget, I can go the opposite way also to do this. This is only one formation. This will shift all the way around. The science, you have to show all the science. When you get a patent, they get to see the patent, what's in it, right? But you don't tell them everything else that didn't work. That's a secret. Everything that didn't work is still time put in. It's still marked down in the book. It's the magic of everything, of what nobody else knows, not what you've shared with everybody. If you had a secret to tell, you tell the end result. Hey, Kate, how you doing? Yeah, I don't even see you up here, Kate. I don't see anybody. I don't think anybody sees me either. Nobody sees me either. I'm going to give a little chime out. Okay. I need to go slow, especially when there's very few people here. I have a little bit more time if you want to ask me questions. It's just funny that, and I've said this before, and it's weird. It's just really, really, really weird. There's so many stations talking, bringing out the Bible, and they talk about this and they talk about that, but everybody's just reading. They're not doing the math. They're doing the words only. What about the math? What about balancing each letter? They balance some of the letters. There's people still out there. They're still calculating all the words. Everybody's trying to figure out when this Messiah is coming, right? Don't we want to figure out right now what the words mean? Does anybody want to know what the letter is? What the letters create? I know I do. I'm talking about it this way because I know the recipe. I just know. I just know. So let's finish with this, right? Let's finish with this. Where is the calculator? No, I don't like the calculator. Let me show you the phone. Wow, I don't know why they're doing this to me. Hold on. Now that Americans are going to tell us what you really think of them. What does that mean? Let me think of them. Hold on a second. Wow, I'm just trying to look for something. No, you know what I'm going to bring up for a second because I forget what I was going to. Oh, yes, I remember now. Just want to show you this. This is really cool. Check this out. Donkey Kong, 411. Daisy, 4. Mario, 2. Luigi, 6. Yoshi, right? Yoshi. The letter Y is 7. The letter L is 3. The letter P is 7. The letter D is 4. The letter M is 4. The letter K is 2. 4, 2, 4, 4, 3, 7, 7. And then they used 4 and 8. Diddy Kong. So they used a lot of 4, 4, 3s inside of this. That was really weird. So yeah, I wanted to use this one. So in order to do this, in order to follow me, okay, I'm going to fill in the numbers. I'm going to fill in the numbers. Let me fill in the numbers. Is anybody from America, or are they closed for business? Okay, let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4 is a lower boot, but the cube flips over on 3 sides. The cube flips over on 3 sides. Numbers flip over on 3 sides. Therefore, when it flips over, we're going to be connecting through 4, 5, and 6. So let's see how that connection works. First of all, A, B, C, D equals to 10. The opposite side of the board is 6, 7, 8, 9. The 2 wings have come together. Here it's the heart plugging up. Here it's the cube coming up. Different connections. So when you do this over here, right, according to the cube, just 1 second. I'm going to get with this. I'm going to just go get a glass of water. There's something missing here. Everybody's okay? Everybody's okay? Okay, Kate. So if you're here, you're not here. I still have to pump it out. I have to get through this. What I feel is happening with me right now, when you hear me come on frustrated, I have to get a different mindset. You know that? I have to remember what I preach. I must live what I preach. This breath, no matter what I do, and I exhale from my mouth, and I exhale with the truth, with the belief, from the calculation that I know and I trust myself, that I spit into the matrix, that I spit into ChatGPT, that right now TikTok is doing whatever they could to suppress what I have to say, whatever they could. And at the same time, they're not suppressing anything because the system listens to us all. Thank you very much for my security only purposes only. I want to thank the system. When they subdue something, okay, in a wrong manner inside the game, and don't forget this is my game, inside the game, they have to place this somewhere. So let's say they place it on a shelf. Let's call the shelf the moon, right? If they don't share what the knowledge that they gained, okay, they have to make an exchange for that. Maybe it costs a price. I don't know what it is. Maybe they have to wait till the end of the month, right? And then they can spit it all back, right, from the moons where they juggle the energies around, and the energy is the information. But when there's no more room, it floods over. There's only so many extra times and add-ons they can take. And it's already built into the breath, into the system, right, into the house of the Lord that we live, that they only can keep. You know, when you charge your cell phone and charge your cell phone, if you overcharge it and you overcharge it and you overcharge it, or if you run out of terabytes, right? There's no more place. Well, that's what's happening right now on the moon. They've backed up so many things. They're so backed up in time. Okay, it's ready to, you know, jump the switch. So now what you're going to see in the air is automatically the air, it's overflowing like in your bath. It's going to go backwards, and all these beautiful energies and all these little angels will begin to show the light, the orbs that are present right now. Before you start to see them, they are going to make you aware so that you justify it and don't take any recollection. When you justify and don't take any recollection of something, it gives the system that area space where they're not going to accumulate any negativity. You're going to be occupied with that, buying them time when you're occupied with something that's not a necessity. Right? But right now, it's too late. My speaking and all those telling the truth will keep throwing flowers into the air. When you share, when you share, when you share. I don't know how they balance off their whole system. Sometimes I don't have the right way of saying it. Hello from Sweden. Great. I'm happy that you wrote to me. That's great. When people get involved, right? When you say something to me, even if you say the word Sweden, your name, it's going to resonate whether it's part of the den, whether I think of Snowden, whether I think I've been snowed in, whatever that element might be for me to pick up, it's going to awaken something and bring back a thought. So you become the deliverance. Just a few words. I'm just going to put up my heat. I'm a little chilly. The mailman, right? When the mailman and the postage. So when you have the mailman, you have to pay a fee. So now you have the female. The female becomes the stamp. The stamp and the envelope. So is the female part of the envelope or the stamp? What goes in the envelope? So there's certain things like that I try to understand it and analyze it. And then when I analyze it, I'll think of the envelope. I'll think of whatever you call it to put inside. I'll write down the word stamp, and it's going to give me a roundabout by understanding the number, understanding how many letters in the word, knowing where these numbers have come out before, knowing the combinations of in stamp. It begins with 39. 39 is going to tell me right in the center, right on the cross. It stands for the word first. First has told me that when you're in first place, you're gold. Gold tells me that you're in between what is silver and bronze. But they see what they say, silver and bronze. Gold, silver, and bronze, meaning the DNA, the silver and the bronze is connected together. Then there is runner-up. They're all three connected together, the second, the third, and the fourth place. They live in between the gold, right? The first and the fifth, AE, into the two worlds, AE. There's 3 plateaus. The E world is the electronic world. It's in the water. When you connect those 2 hearts together, like I showed you 2 minutes ago, that's in the water. That's the pull. That's all around the earth. That's what's grabbing you into your Taurus and holding you down. So I'm going to show you the rest of this. We're going to take a 2-minute break over here. If you're still here, you have any questions, they're making it really hard on me to keep up with people. I mean, to keep up a lot of people. Like what I mentioned is I look at all the games. If you have a game, soccer or hockey or football or baseball, if you have a deck of cards, a set of dice, the alphabet, shapes, the ruler, the names of all the zodiac signs, they have a rotation. What can happen with 12? What can happen with all the numbers? How you divide them up and understand them amongst each other. Yes, it is. It's a lot. It's a lot of info. It's a lot of info. That 5115 is Mars. What it is the birth within the sun. Your 9 is your face. It's your birth face, right? Your face comes out first, right? It's your birth face is 9. Your birth is 12. This cube, when it spins, it always spins on a 9 face. But when it spins 12, 12, 12. When it spins 12, 12, 12, it spins 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, 3 here. 12 spins around 9. Another row of 12 spins around 9. Another row of 12 spins around 9, 36 inches. And we have our 36 inches, we have a yard. Just give me a minute. We're going to take just 2 minutes off over here. I don't know why it's so cold tonight. Well, minus 30 outside apparently, right? So just give me a minute. Wow. For the last 2 hours, the door has been open. Wow. I can't believe it. Just give me a minute. We're going to take a minute break here. How is everybody? On the way home from Kentucky to Ohio. Okay. One new message. What is that? Oh boy. Okay. I missed all these messages. What numbers would you like to speak about? Did you know that there's still other things I started with today that I wanted to finish, but that's okay because one-on-one's good. And if anybody else wants to ask me something, hi, Kate, I see you're there. I'm just having trouble to place maybe I could do this. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to try this. Wow, this is amazing. Whoa, hold on a second. 1 second, 1 second. I'm just trying to set my camera up here. Yeah, so just a lot of stuff. Since January 1st, I mean, it's just been overloading. It's just been overloading. Oh, yeah, everybody, individual attention. individual attention. There's hardly anybody here. No one's participating. If you're participating and I'm here and I see you, I'm giving you attention. We live in a world that is, it's amazing. It's absolutely perfect. If you're talking about Urantia, if you're talking about utopia, we're here. We're here. I have to pick up that cube. I'm not sure where I put the cube now, right? But the cube is 3,000 years old. This is 3,000 years old. I have put forth from a cube 3,000 years old. I have placed every zodiac. Well, I haven't done the constellations, but I count to you the zodiac signs within the cube. Although there's always sometimes I'm missing. I have to balance certain of my thoughts with reason. When we're in the house, although we're 9, we're moving. You're not in the winter when you're in the summer. You're not in the fall when you're in the summer, right? You're always only in one season at a time. So look at the zodiac signs that way. 4 times 3 equals to 12. 1 goes between 2. When you go to the next element, you are the reflection of the first 3. 1 goes between 2, okay, equaling to 3. The boot, okay, this is your 10. Your 1 and 9, 3 and 7, 4 and 6, 2 and 8, they're all 10s. That's the most you can get in being equal and fair to the entire cube. You can get 9 and 8, 17. These are just 2 numbers. 2 numbers out of the total here is 45. Take away 17 from 45 equals to 30, equals to 28, the 28-day cycle of the moon, because we play at the 7th gate. 1 through 7 equals to 28. The total is 45. So in the lower shoe, you'll connect 3 and 4. Although 4 is on the other side, because in a cube you only have 3 sides and 3 sides. 3 is a dead end, and 1 and 2 go into 3. It's a dead end. It's all played out through here. The lower side here, when 1 goes, okay, the lower side, it's right here. 6 and 7 is 13. 3 and 4. Whoop, sorry, I'm not high enough. 3 and 4, there's only one difference. 6 and 7, there's only one difference. I don't care about the difference in numbers. I don't care that this 4 and this 7, right? 6 and 7, the 4 is like 6, the 3 is like 7. Once you pass through the 5 area, you automatically pick up one of the moons. When you have 3, the halfway place is 4. It's 3.5. And then it's 8. So here's how it goes. 3 connects to 4 like 6 connects to 7. Same house. Same house. 1 connects to 6 like 9 connects to 4. This went into the center house. This went into the center house. This went into the center house. Although this is 13 and this is 6, 1 plus 5 is 6, 4 plus 5 is 9. They're the same equation inside of it. Now, the 2 and the 8, they jump into the river, right over here, into the river. Both the 2 jumps into 5 and the 8 jumps into 5. They're both 3 away from 5, 33. They jump into the river, they ignite the moon. The 28-day cycle of the moon in 33, joining the sun. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 equals to 6 and 9. The 9 birth into the 6 light. The 1 connection. When you have this, the day of rest, you have this, that your 9 birth, right? Remember the 1 and 4, Mercury, right, goes inside. Mercury enters into Mars, splitting it apart, giving life to the 3 cubed. When you split, imagine you take a 2 cubed, you have 8, and you put 1 cube in the center. How many cubes will fit in the center of 8? 18. 18. 18. 18. I'm going to look to see if I can show it to you. Okay. This is Rubik's Cube. In order to complete the cube with the 8, you have the 8 that go in the corners. And then inside here, and here, these are all the centers. All the centers only have two colors that you can see. So when you go around this way, you go around the cube this way once, around the cube this way twice, around the cube this way 3 times, hexagon style, represents the cat. It's all connected to a center. So you have 18 surrounding 1, 18 and 1, apparently 19 by 19. Not only is it on the other side of the barrier, the equator, right? 18 is the middle line, and then the 19th is on the other side. I am assuming that it's 18 and 18 meeting at the fine line of 19. Is that what it would be? You would meet at 18.5. Would that be the fine line? But if you went 19, instead of joining at the equator, 19 okay, 19, if you're doing it this way, let's do it this way. 19 would bring you here. I don't use the same calculations as they exactly showed us with our geometric tools. They were guidelines for me. I don't care if the plateau of 18 is this way. My expression is to show it this way. 18 is half of 36. So I'm going to go to the equator, okay, and I'm going to go, here's 18, right? Here's 19 on this side. So if I go 19 up and 19 here, I will meet on each side. I'll create the S letter of joining at the equator. Now, if I do that, I would have to realign the alphabet where A is no longer 1, but A is now 6. And Z is 31, leaving N in the position of 19. N will be ruling. N is going to be a representation of the ring on the pole, okay, the ring on the pole in rotation of the moon. Why? Because the N is the 14th letter. 2 of them, right? And the angle of the N is not like the angle of the M. It's like the 45 disc record and the 33. So the angle is not the same. So you can go N can be made N and M. You can create 2 N's to 1 M. Unless it's telling me to squeeze it in sideways. Yes, you can see Smithers. Anybody know Smithers from The Simpsons? Or Smith? Or how about the Mitt, right? How about the Mitt of the fallen angels? How about the Permit, the Ermit, the Kermit? How about the Kermit of time? How about the Emmet of time? M and E in time is 5 and 13. 3, 1, 5 together tells you about the split sun, about the matter and energy. The IT, okay, is that energy passing through the sun. The T letter, the I letter splits everything. You become the I birth. The T letter is the 10 star that you pass. The 10 star that you pass is a crossover connecting star. I don't know why the camera's a little off right now. 7 and 3, 9 and 1, 7 and 8 and 2, 7 and 3, 9 and 1, 4 and 6. That's your 10 star. Your 9 birth, okay, is going to see the 911 is this 9, 6, 3, 7, 4, 1. That's your 911. Your 1 times 3 times 1, 3. 3 times 4, 12. 1 and 2, 3. 3 times 7, 21. 2 and 1, 3. Right? 1 and 2 is 3, 4 and 5 is 9, 7, 8 is 15, 1 and 5 is 6. Well, how about this? 1 and 8 is 9, 2 and 7 is 9. 4 and 5 is 9. This angle will bring you 9 on this side. 2 and 9, 11. 3 and 8, 11. 5 and 6, 11. This area here splits your 9, 11. This is your heavens. Now your north and your south. When you do this, right, this is you, and this is you asleep. Actually, let me look at it this way. When these are ignited, you're asleep. When these are ignited with this one, you're asleep. When these three are ignited, you're awake. Your hips are turned to the side of the moons of Mars. But when you're asleep, your soul and your head spirit are within the moons of Mars. When you split the ace, one goes down here, one goes down here. You live at the steeple in between the two. When you lie down out of the lunar moon, out of the sun. The sun still is inside of you. You're still breathing the air, the fire that you breathen out. Your reader. The building of anything and the making of anything inside the human has to do with the breath, even the child. Even the child. It is all by the breath. Your heart, your organs, everything works by the breath. It is the woman who creates the child within her through the breath. So I'm going to just stop and go ahead. No, Maria, I want to do your whatever it is. I don't want to I just wanted to show you what I can do. I'm only putting this up. I want to hear you. Please go ahead. Write it or say it. It's all good. And don't worry. Don't worry if you don't say it properly. We'll figure it out. We're two human beings. We know how to. If you're going to explain something, if you can do it or you can show me a picture, that's fine. It's, you know, that's what it is. I started here 20 years ago. I didn't know nothing. I wasn't even looking for anything. I didn't go to it. Well, I searched it out, but at the end, it came to me, right? I wanted to know what the connection was on this planet. I wanted to know how we had a RIPA, rest in peace address, right? You rest in peace IPA address. Your R, the rest, okay, is us coming to one. Let me see. We come into the R, right? That's our birth. Our R is our birth between the heavens. The R is the 18th letter because it brings life. See this side and this side, R is supposed to be 18 residing for R, which is life. It's A-R. The 18th letter represents the sun. The sun is represented by 5 and 4. The male part is represented by 6 and 3. 5, 4, 6, 3. 4, 5 lives inside of 6, 3. 4, 5 lives inside of 6, 3. 4 and 5 and 4 and 1. Right. Sorry, let me just show you this on the dice. It's a little complicated sometimes. Sometimes I don't know if I should get into certain subjects. Whoop, or not. Now I don't know where any of my dice cubes are. They're all gone. They were here and they're gone. Yes, like I was saying, I don't even know where my so you see the 6 and 3 are on this side. This 4 and 5 comes to live in underneath the 9 birth, right? The creation of the 9 birth living here. Your 6 protons, neutrons, and electrons in the pen, the pig pen, through the communication of the cat. The reason why they chopped the nosies off on everything is because that is the frequency that runs through us. What's happening right now here and our, you know, this thing that beats, right? I seen that in 1984. I worked on a pig farm, right? So I'm just mentioning that, right? I'm not going to tell you what to look up, and I don't know where my camera is running really, really weird. I'm really running weird on, right? Wow, I don't know why, right? I don't know why I'm looking so dark. I'm looking very, very dark, but that's okay. So yeah, so this is how it hooks up. Let me show you. So the lower house will hook up in this fashion. Whoop, will hook up in this fashion here. 3 to 4, 1 to 6, 2 to 5. And then the upper house, the upper deck, wow, I'm like, where is my colored pencil? Where is my color pencil, eh? I got a lot of writing. I started out in order, and no excuses. No excuses after 20 years what I did to myself. Frustrate myself over and over again. Gaining the patience. I have to do this. I must learn to have patience because it's going to get even weirder. I'm telling you. I know. It's been weird already for 20 years. Weird already. I'm not an artist. I connected the dots and dashes. That's all I did. So now, you connect this. This is the way your upper and lower house connect. What is 7, 7, 7 is 13, 13, 13. What is 21 on one side is 39 on the other. 39 outs in the 7th inning stretch. 39 for angels. So now what we can do is this 1 stretches into the 9 for 10. This 3 stretch it into the 7 for 10. So that's what we're going to do next. I'm going to try and do this really, really light. So that is basically what the setup looks like. Yet, when you do this, this is not supposed to be done. This is a full setup. When the stars are set up, right? And I'm only showing you some of the equations because otherwise I'd be here forever. And not only can I figure them out, but it's not that I can figure them out. I don't even know the answer yet. I just know the possibilities. Here is a complete star. Here I use 3, here I use 3, here I use 3, here I use 3. I never use the whole star. While you're doing that, your 7 and your 13, when you eliminate the 4 and the 6, you will see when you eliminate the 4 and the 6 connecting, your 3 will still create your 7 on this angle. Your 6 will be connected with the 7 on this angle. Although possibly your 3 and 7 have been disconnected, your 3 and 7 get disconnected, right? So you can still take the 3 in with the 4. You can still take the 6 in with the 1. When you take the 3 within the 4, it connects to the 9. The 6 with the 1, you have 7 and 13. The Mayan Sanskrit, or the movements of their grindstone, is that movement, exactly that. And when you count up to 13, it equals 91, and that's for the spirit. It connects the 1 through 9 together, the hookup, right? This hookup over here. So you can see how this is intricate. Now it's the same thing. It's the same thing if we want to work. It's the same thing when we connect the 9, 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 4 and 5. It's the same artwork. You see the way it's squeezed that way? It's the same artwork all the way around. Doesn't matter how many times I turn it. It's the same artwork. So what you're connecting up, right, is you're connecting up the 7, 9, 11, 13, and everything is going to be connected to the start 10. Start. Everything is going to connect it to the start, which is the 10. A, B, C, D. Reflection of A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D gets a reflection, and the reflection is F, G, H, I. You pass through the E. We're not going to talk the E. The E is not in the same world as this. In fact, A, okay, I, D, and F are all not in the same world. A, D, A, I, D, and F in this situation are all not in the same world. They're different. This is one side. This is the other side. This is the ocean that brings them together. You pass 1 into the ocean, 2 into the ocean, 3 into the ocean, 4 into the ocean. E, J, O. Oh, Canada. Vibration 2, 3, 4 fits in between here. Vibration fits in between here. When you add up 1 through 5, okay, it equals to 15. When you add up 2 through 6, it equals to 20. 2015, we're going to be getting onto that at another time. The reverse cube of 1 and 5 is 2 and 6. 1 through 5 is 15. 2 through 6, which this is like this. It's going to be the two games coming together. The two games come together. 11. 5 and 6, we counted 2 for 3. This is going to show you in pull. They're both in the same house, 3 and 11. One's a solid, one's a stripe. These two zodiac signs, Leo and Virgo, or you can look at create the Aquarius. It's two games. We're in the birth heaven. It took 3 for creation to be born into the house of Bate. 2 and 9 is your creation. Unless I can also show you other numbers. They say where the number of man is 6. So would that be 6 and 1 and 6 and 2? Your birth comes through the moons. It's 6 plus the 2 moons and the 1 moon, and then connecting up to the spider web. The spider web that you connect to is the web is 10. When you connect all over, it's 10 within the web. But you connect 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 8. So the 8 spider is your connecting spider in the 10th house. Y. 5 and 20, ET. 10 and 15, JO, the OJ. 1 and 6, 5 and 2. 1 and 6, 7, 5 and 2, 7. 5 and 2, 7, 5 and 2, 7. So that's why when you get to this one, this is the one where you get the 4 connect. You get the 4 connect. You pass through here, you get 20. It's T20. T minus counting. When you want to get to 20, the way to get to 20 is from 28, the cycle of the moon. When you down count, it becomes 16 and 10, okay? And then when you down count again, okay, it equals to 12 and 8. 2 times 8, 2 plus 8. 2 times 6, 2 plus 6, 20. So when you use the 4 star, it's when everything is connected in the back, but you don't play on that star because you're moving, right? That's a fixed star. There's only one, right? There's multiple ones, but all of them don't move. It moves within the star, and they're always fully connected. These might possibly stars that are always fully lit within the sky. What is between the heavens? Hello, hi. I can't tell you what's in between everywhere if I don't know where the heavens are. Now, the heavens is a sky pass. So the heavens above, right? So I have to rethink. See, the heaven is 55, right? The sky is 55. 55 tells me it's split between the two worlds. So what is in between there? What is within the void of the division? What is the transition that is there between the two? It is the sun that comes, the sun cap. The sun caps, right? You ever see those electrical poles? Well, it's a cap that goes on top, right? And then the moons, they spread out. They're connected to the sun, but it's connected with inside this aether that we live. You're breathing it in. How does your body fix itself? How do you grow up without the woman? It's through the air you breathe. You're no longer in your mother's womb, yet you're still growing. How is that possible? How are you still growing if your mother's not feeding you? What, because you're feeding you? Well, it's supposed to be special milk. I drank some. I didn't grow. Well, I did, but I didn't, you know. So this 5, 10, 15, 20 is how many times we cross over into the through the E position, the 5th position. Everything connects into the E position, and that's energy. And that energy is number 74, right? And you want to see something else? The bull or Taurus is number 47 also. And Taurus, because it's the 2nd zodiac sign, it means it's split. So it's almost like the zodiac signs are split amongst each other. Although there's 12, I would say the Ram is over here, and then I'll put Taurus. And then in position number 3, I'll put Gemini. And then in the next position, I'll put Cancer. And then in the next position, that's it. It's all over. I don't need no more. I just need 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything else is going to be a reflection of. So now what I would do, I'm just trying to think of the equation, is since I counted it this way and this way, just give me a second. I have to look at the design. It's something new for me, but I see that it works, right? That I only change the name so you have the skeleton of the story. So to take this to a further distance, right? The only reason I have 9 numbers, I don't need 9 numbers, but if I'm going to rebuild, I need to understand what's happening everywhere, not just with the pieces and parts that I have, but where they're going to be placed in the yard. Energy 74. Cross 74, time 47, beast 47, walk 47, bull. There's 7 months of 31 days. There's 4 months of 30 days. There's 1 month of Valentine's. I don't need the 1, right? The 1 is a separator. It's a connection between a halfway point, a passage, like a doorway, right? How can it be fulfilled? Well, you fill it up with water and it connects both sides between the void. This water will ignite and fulfill the core over here. See this over here? This area here and this area here closes in all together. It's its own pool and its own pool, but these pools are connected to this pool over here. When you have a square in the area, it's a heart area space. That means when you have an X where there's an O, it's going to have a heartbeat. 15th letter, 24th letter creates the ox 66. A division of 2 sides, 6 and 6. See, in gematria, it shows me 6, 1, and 6. So when I'm talking about should 18 be my extension, well, I need an area of 6, right, for one house, area of 6 for the center house. I need an area of 6 for the outside house. It's not that your 9 birth is it 9 this way and 6 this way, because you have the L angle, and 6 and 3 is your 1 and 2 base creation. You must start at 3. So I'm going to have to do some of those designs also to see what turns out, right? We're the quarter house. We're the quarter house. We're the quarter house. 74 is a passage in the E world. It goes with number 5. The DNA, your X and Y chromosomes, live on top of 74 inside the ocean. Or it could be, or if you want, you can go outside the firmament, but right now it's through the gateway. But it's between the odd and the even. The 4 is an expression that it is 313, you pass through me or around me. 313 is 7, right? But the fourth day of the week, okay, the fourth day of the week is going to be Wednesday. It means I have 3 days here, right? And then I have 3 days here. Forget about these two, or let's forget about these two. And I have 3 days here, right? And then we'll pass through 6, right? That was the day we came. And then we have 3 days here. I'm not going to use these two because I needed this number to start. So which one do you want to go? At the same time, when we're counting, right? If I don't want to count here, what I'll do is I'll count 3 through 9. It equals to 42. But really, I'm not supposed to count 3 through 9. I'm supposed to count 3 through 8. 3 through 8 equals to 33. The first one is going to be the 4th box. The 4th box is going to be number 7. The second box is 9. The third box is 8. The 4th box is 12. The 5th box is 11. So the 4, right, that was number 3. Okay. The 6th box is going to be, I think, yes, 10. The 7th box is going to be, 80? It's going to be 14. The 9th box is going to be 8 box. Sorry, the 7th box is 14. The 8th box is 13. And the 9th box is 15. So 7, 11, 15 would fit over here. This is Saturn square, by the way. This is Saturn square, okay? This is Saturn square, bringing up the numeric of the position to the 4th level and then reducing it to a single digit. Let me show you an example, right? Let me show you an example. So the example is like this. In the 5th position, are we ready for this? Yeah, I have a great facility to 5 plus 14 is 19. Plus 23 is 42, 52, 62, 70, 74. Oh, yes, we forgot to mark one. Gorilla. Gorilla, ape, monkey, right? Gorilla. Gorilla 74, Monkey 83, 7 and 4, 11, 8 and 3, 11. The Gorilla, 2 and 7, 9, 4 and 5, 9, 3 and 6, 9, 1 and 8, 9. Gorilla goes with Earth. Monkey goes with the church spirit. Your creation in the cube. Monkey comes from the cube. This is created in the rotation, binary code rotation, where everything is cut in half and doubled back up. Binary code rotation, Gorilla. This one is running by the rotation of the pig, the cube. Aries, Cancer, Libra, balance. How's everybody doing? I've been here a couple hours. We've had a very, very, very great turnout for the kind of people or the kind people that have shown up here. But we've had a horrible turnout for those who have not shown up, who are those who are not aware. Aware of what? Aware of what? I'm going to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I'm going to come back. If you have any questions for what I do, I'm going to keep going along the path. Yes, that was Saturn square. If you'd like to do Jupiter square or any of the numbers, I'll do it. So go to sleep. If you have to go to bed, 119, 9, yes. Okay, so 11, 9, 25. I'm not sure where you saw that, right? Okay, I see it. That's actually today's date, right? You know that? 119.25 is today's date. And that's also, wow, now I know what's happening tomorrow. Yes, I see it now. 92 comes together. This is the year of a passage, okay? It's the IT system, okay? It's actually the year of the pig right now. There's a passage going on right now. It's in honor of the pig this year. 3 times 19 is 57. 3 times 25 is 75. 57, 75. 75,000. Okay, there's a rotation. The moons and the sun, they meet. There's a passage coming. Okay, we know that the 9/11 is both sides. We know 25 is Earth. 3 by 25 is 75 electric. We know 57 is the moon electric. I know it's both male and female. 2 triangles come together, right? 4 and 4 creates 8. Although it's 3, it's 4 sides, but only 3 that you see. It's always sitting on its butt. Right? Everything comes in from its butt. So just before, if anybody wants to come up, okay, if anybody's here that's going to be off subject, way off subject, I'm just going to just shut it down. I'm going to give you everybody a little bit of time to speak. Right now, I'm just going up to get a glass of water. So give me a second, and I'll bring you right up here if you're still interested to come up. Just give me a minute. Oh, are you okay? You okay? I learned so much tonight. I'll be back. Give me a minute. Good evening.
How's it going?
Good, good. Yourself?
I'm good. Just scrolling.
Just scrolling. You know what I do here? You like my green screen?
That's a green screen?
No, it's not. I was just kidding.
Fuck, you got me.
Does it look like it?
It doesn't look like a green screen, which
It's
is
not.
why when you said it, I was surprised.
Not unless I can walk into my own green screen.
True, you know what? I should have picked up on that.
What was that?
I should have picked up on that. You're right.
This is numerology, art, science, talking about a 3,300-year-old cube.
Okay.
They had games. They had 6 sides on it. I'm not actually sure when they put on the dots other than the numbers or other code on it. And what I do is I align it up with the alphabet, with the calculator, and I just read the stories that are inside following rules and regulations. The rules and regulations come from what I can do on square paper. You can see there's 9 areas, right? Can you see the 9 areas here? Don't worry about what's in there. As long as we know there's 9.
Right, yeah.
So there's 9 areas. But when you create, you need an overlap like on your belt, right? So we need an extra 3 rows. It's like tying your shoelaces together. One of the reasons for 12. You're tying up to another shoelace to continue on. The center of that shoelace will be the equator to the 2 ends. It'll end up at the bottom of your shoe. I just explain how I get and what numbers and what stories come out of these equations. Is everything we do in our life has a position and tells a story. I'm not really good at explaining what I do, but I'm like, okay. So this dice cube tells you some simple stuff. If we used it for planets, right, we have all the planets on here. Well, how do we have all the planets? The face is 9. 9 planets. Tells me that Mercury is in the center. Tells me that Venus is over here. So Venus is on the outside, Mercury is in the center. In order to create, I need to fill the gap. So I fill the gap and life begins here on 3. So it'll be 3 and 6. That's our base creation. That's the way I tell this. What's that?
I see. Yeah.
So have you ever heard of 1111?
Like the kind of, I don't know if superstition is the right word, but kind of like, oh, people say 1111, make a wish kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly that 1111. That 1111.
Yeah, sure.
How about 111, 222, 333, 444? You know, the time,
etc. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. So they all have their sequences all have everything the same in common in what they are. For instance, if I go 111, it'll be 71 minutes. If I go 222, it'll be 2 times 71 minutes. If I go 333, it'll be 3 times 71 minutes. If I go 444, it'll be 4 times 71 minutes and 5 times 71 minutes. And you can't do 6. Only 5. After that, you run the clock over. The same thing with the cube. You can't do 6. Although there is 6, when the dice cube is standing on the ground, right? When the cube is on the ground, you see 4 around, 1 up, and 1 down. So you can do in numbers, disregarding the cube, you can do in numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the low end, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the high end. Now through games, it's already being used as in Yahtzee, as in Yum. They both use that for your low and high straight. They never give you all 6 unless you're running a straight. You have the low straight and you have the high straight. They give you that 6, what is it, the 5 cube? Yeah, they give you the 5 cube bonus when you get it on, and that's 30. your basic 5, your 30, your 5 is, well, I mean, I can just say it like that. I can't tell you exactly how I got to the end. This is a representation of the energy of the E world, of the passage. It's the lower world connected. The lower world of the cube, there's a total of 9. All of them plug up to the 5. So you have 4 here and 4 here. The lower house and the upper house. The lower house of numbers is 10. The upper house is 30. It's a 3-to-1, just like we have a 3-1-3-1 leap year. It's 3-to-1, coincidence or not. So the lower house is 10, the upper house is 30. You ever played tennis?
Yeah.
So you know about the scoring, right?
It's been a while since I played. I might need a refresher.
So it's 15 points, right? So here it is, 15 points here, 15 points here. Then the next point is 10. Then the next point is you won the game, the match. This area here is the ocean. This area here is empty. It's a free space. It's empty. All around here, what you did is you connected to the islands here and here. These 3 plugged into this here and this here, and these 3 plugged in here and here. And then this is the ocean that's in the middle of the 2, igniting the 2. And then you bring the 2 together. You join them through A, E, and I. You play between 1 and 5, A and E, for arts and entertainments. And then it becomes E and I, land, animal, and man. E-I-E-I-O at the 7th gate. At the 9 lives of the 7th gate. You're in the doghouse, represented by 8. And I'm going a little off board. I'm going to come back. Cat and dog at the 7th gate. The reason for that is the cat's number is going to be reduced to a 6. The dog's number is going to be reduced to an 8. That's the division of the 7th gate. Can you figure out why?
I'm not sure.
Well, there's a number 7 that fits between 6 and 8.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Nothing more than that. So tennis. So I told you that tennis part. So everything fits and connects. Okay, the crossing and the bringing the 2 together, you connect 1 with 9-10, 3 with 7-10, 4 with 6-10, 8 with 2-10. Now you have your 10 star, and you bring the 2 sides together. Each time you connect the 10, you tell a different story. This one is on the lower side, and this one is also on the lower side. You see there were 4 here? 7 is the same thing as 13. Upper side, lower side, same side, saying there's 9 numbers, 4 numbers to one side, 4 numbers to the other. 6 and 7 stay in their own zone as 13, as 4 and 3 stay in their own zone as 7. 3 is noted to be a dead end. One of the reasons is it's 3 is the letter C, the letter L, hi Tammy, and the letter U, C-L-U. In French, C-U-L is dead end. It's also 3, 12, and 21, 33 and 3. It's the last number that we need for all numbers. After this, you flipped over to the other side. So I'm probably, where did I lose you? Oh, you're gone, right? Okay. Okay, yeah. I saw there was, when somebody doesn't take interest in putting up anything, right? Is Tweeter Austin out there? Friends not watching this live. Who is out there? Right, who is out there? Is anybody here at all? Okay, so I'm going to have to dislocate myself from looking at of that machine. I'm going to get a bite, a sandwich. Sounds good. How you doing? Doing great, but I'll pass here soon, right? Wow. Just let me, you know what? It's a confusing thing to invite people to co-host. What's it, Chris? want something to drink? I'm just going to get my, I'm just going to get my little coffee thing over there. Wow. You know what they do at some of these TikToks that I seen? There were people on, I don't know how they did this, right? They're real salesmen. They come on, they run 4 people to do the hosting. They never show their face. They use 4 or 5 different hosts. They never get involved. And they just keep it running 24 hours a day. So let me see. I wonder if I can invite someone to call. So hold on a second. Let me fix this. My papers are all over the place. Let me see what I'm going to do next. Let me see what I'm going to bring up here next. Just give me a minute. So we crossed over the stars. We saw this, right? Did I show you this completely? It's all 33s. This is what happens to Saturn square. Does somebody know Saturn square? Does somebody know Saturn square? But when it's noted to 33s, what we have to realize is it's 12 and 10, 22. It's 9 and 13, 22. It's 14 and 8, 22. It's 7 and 15, 22. So we always have to know everything. This was the 2nd and the 5th position. This is the 8th and the 5th position. So why did 13 go into the heavens? Why did 9 go into Venus? Why did the birth go into Venus? Why did Uranus get number 5? Why did the 9th planet Pluto get number 15? Why did the 1 position get 7? 7 into 11 is 18. 9 into 11 is 20. 8 into 11 is 19. Well, obviously, right, if you take a look, it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So everything bumped up. Since the cube is 1 through 6, the second cube, right, is going to be that. Okay. I'm going to look at that. Okay, I want to see if that's possible. I just want to see if that's possible. I'm going to explain to you what that is. Well, I got 92 in that area. I've got to understand that area a little bit more. Why did I get 92? There is no 92 in that area. 7, 16, 25. Just give me a second. Okay, it's 82. It's 82. Okay. It's 82. It's 82. Okay, so, okay, I'm just trying to figure out how this worked out because the positions moved, right? All the positions moved, right? 1, 2, 3, come over here. 5, 4, 6, move over here. This is from Saturn Square. I'm not putting the camera close enough. Now, there was a piece I did. Now, everybody knows that I am all over the place. So do you understand where this comes from? Do you understand what it is? Hey, Davey, you're back, right? You're back. What's up? You have any questions, Dave? Davey Crockett? Oh, I wonder if Revealer's in there. Where's Revealer? Let me check this out. I lost my phone. Hey, I haven't moved from my desk, eh? Hey, I haven't moved from my desk. Let me check this out. Okay, so what was I check? Oh, yes. Like, it should be more like that, eh? See, the star system connect should be more like that. Our alignment is off. So let's see where we are. If you can just participate when you're listening, you know, maybe you'll put me on a path, right? Did you just see the part I did on number 33, or the part I did on 99, or the part I don't know. I'm not going to do all of it. It's a little too much. Let me see where I am. I'm just going to go over my notes, right? In order to bring something into formation, you're going to do one of many things. This one is moving it up one level at a time. Now take a look. 7, 6, 5. As you're going up, you're going down. 7, 6, 5, 4. 7, 6, 5, 4. It stops on 4. 1, 2, 3. 7, 7, 7. As it began, it tells its story in the 1 position. What's going on? The upper level, 7. The lower level is 1, 2, 3. The upper and the lower level. When you, right? So you follow me? Earlier on, we already brought up, and I'm going to bring back. Let me see if I can write this down. Yes. Then there's this. Now I'm not sure what the count is. Separations of 7, every 7, packages of 7. So how many packages of 7 before you return back to 7, right? Here's one kind of package that goes in 7. Here's another package that goes in 7. I'll take 3 packages of 7 to shove it into here. Is it going to be this package? I'll take 4 packages and shove it in here. I'll take 3 packages. I'll take 1 of each, and I'll put it here. I'll take these 2, right? Because there's 7 total, right? And I'll put it here. So what is the real equation? What should we actually look for? Why is this showing up? What is this telling us? The basis of this is the cube. They're all opposites of each other. This one will have 5 in between, but when it gets to the gateway, it's a 2.5 and 2.5 plus 1 to the gateway. Sorry, 2.5, 2.5, meaning at the hard line in the gateway, 2.5 equals to 7. This is 1.5 times 2. Sorry, excuse me. This is equaling to 5. This one is 1.5, 1.5 equals to 3. This one here is 0.5 in between the 2. So this one over here is 2.5. This one over here is 1.5 is 4. And this one over is 0.5. 4.5 in order to meet at the center. That's that center marking. Did I say that right? Anyways, the center to this is all 3.5 in order to reach there. Then this one becomes 7, 5, 3, 1. What runs this cycle? What runs this cycle? This cycle is one of the running cycles, right? One of the running cycles for Fibonacci. For binary code. I don't know who runs this. 7, 5. So what are we doing here? So what would be the next one here? The next one after this is 35. Seven, 5, 3, 1. It stops here. You always stop on this one over here. Always on the 4th one. After that, you're counting another side of the cube. You can only have 4 around to the cube. I don't even know where it is. You can only have 4 around and 1 up. That's 5. You can have 1 up, 1 down. That's 2. You can have 3 opposite sides. You can have 6 of one face. You can have 9 per face. You can connect on each face 1 and 8. You're always connecting 1 and 8 on each face. You had to take the dog out? Had to take the dog out. Eh? No way. I finished the sandwich. For the bread? Wow. She finished the sandwich for the bread. So you took the dog out. Took the dog out, eh? You took the dog out. So if you took the dog out, this dog is the 11th zodiac sign. $11 in the second. 1 and 2 comes out of the game, right? 1 and 2 comes out of the game. It's not played the same way. Okay, they're add-ons, or they're talking about divisions. 2 will be 2 sides. It'll be 2 moons. 1 will be a division in the dividing house. When you have half a house and half a house, you call the house E. You join at the E. You join at the E. It's one side of the house and the other side of the house. Here's the whole house. A1, okay, 1, in most instances, when you count by ones, it shows you're counting by halves. When you count by ones, you have 1 dot, then you have 2 dots, then you have 3 dots, right? The 2 dots is going to cut the house in half. You have to count 1 dot and 1 dot in order to have no split. The only time you have that is on an angle from, you can have that on the angle below. You see this over here? When you count this way, right, your count is by 2s. When you count up and down on this, your separation count is by 2s. It'll be 135. It'll be 1, 3, right? But if you count with bars, you'll also count 1, 3. But if you count it, you can also count it as two areas here, right? You have one here and one here. You can count 2, 4. So it's 1 bar, 2 dots. But you can only do it this way. You can't do it with 2 dots because otherwise you'll have a dot, right? You can't have a dot in between if I start with 2. So you'd have 2 dots, and then you'd have 4 dots. You have 3 lines, 4 dots. You have 1 line, 2 dots. Here's the ace letter. It gets split 4, 3, 2 to each side, the vibration running down here. Vibration running down here. My understanding is our life is like on that angle. The half-life, because we're counting 1, 2, 3. So we note what is odds and evens, right? What is evens cuts the house in half. You're in the center at the greatest, at the largest stretching point of that area. So we went over this. I went over that thing with the 7, what you can do. You can have what can be divided by 7, right? You can have what can be divided by 7. When you go up the 7th level, the only time you can attain the number 7, again, is on the 10th level. Now, when you're counting, when you're descending, when you're descending with 7, like a descending Libra, I don't know if it works this way. If somebody would tell me all the numbers that go with descending Libras, it would descend like this. Oh, I already did it. No, so we're going to do it this way. Descending is going to be like this. Here, just give me a second. Here, 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 here. Here is what is noted, can be looked at as binary code 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, right? Here, I'm not sure what to call this. I call this the rotation, right? The half-life rotation. 7 goes into 8, goes into 4, goes into 2, goes into 1, to 5, to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, okay, 7 plus 7 is 14, 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 5 is 10, 1 and 1 is 2, to 4, whoop, 4, right? Over to 4, and let me see it again, 4, did I make a mistake? Nope, then the 8, 8 and 8 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7. So if you noticed, it took us to the 7th day, right? It's a 6 cycle. And then the 7th day, you reconnect to the same thing. So you have your pocket over here. So you need that 7 to create your completion. So it's in the 7th house. It'd be 19, 20, 21, 22, and 5 is 27. You have 34. This is going to be a representation of, I think, of the Jupiter square. Jupiter square holding the house of the 7th gate. 2 and 5 work together. Venus works in Jupiter with Mercury within. Jupiter is the planet that when you have the 9 birth, it happens inside of Jupiter. The 9 jumps into the 5. If you take out and look at the 5 card, you will see that the 9 card that can fit into the 5 card and enhance it to look like a 9 card. You entered into the area space, into the heavens, the existing area heavens of 74. How is everybody tonight? For those who don't know it, we have one person that has joined us on TikTok. There's a billion people in the world, and TikTok has given its fine gratitude to let me have at least just one person come up here. I must be proud. So you are the person that has all the power in the world to choose, and you chose to come here. I appreciate it. So now that we're two, you need two. You need one operator for the communication services, and then the two who need to communicate, one between two. The energy, the power cell, the sun sitting upon the cap, right? The white sun sitting upon the cap, shining into both worlds or into all three worlds at the same time? Or is it the reflection of itself wherever it needs to be moved? And then within the own world, I don't know how to describe some of it because I don't know the math, and it's part hypothesis that the energy is regathered into the moon, right? And then it's spit out on us by the 28th day when a new moon comes in. It's not the same moon that goes out and the new moon comes in. This earth has 3 moons. You only see one at a time. I'm good sounds good. I'm good sounds good. I'm good sounds good. Sounds good. So let me go back over here. I spoke about the Will Smith, the Mitt, the Smithers, you know, the ones who bang out the metals, which is a Mitt, could be the permit, the emmet, or the Kermit of time, which is that what emanates into the air. What is emanated into the air? They call it the fire, the angels. Well, don't you see them by the light? You see the static and what? How can anything stick to a light bulb if there's nothing in front of me? I'm looking right into that light bulb. It's so white. I can barely see you. So now there was a number 74 that came out tonight. Oh yeah, it's crazy, Howard. Is it crazy that everything is all tied up, or it's just crazy that you see all the similarities? Because that's all you're seeing. It's only when I give it a little color commentary that we begin to understand. Gemini, right, and Capricorn, the letters JC like Jesus Christ, JC Earth and Mars. Hi, Tammy. JC the King and the Queen, because their numeric values are the same. 10 and 3. Your base of creation is ABC 6. All of your creation is ABCD 10. Now, what happens with this 10 is it's only 9. But you're not going to use these two or these two. When you're awake and asleep, you're always not using 2. So you're only using 7. So the rotation of your numbers are in 7. Your rotation of the zodiac signs, 1, 4, 7, 10. 10 is supposed to come back here. So how in the world do we ever get anywhere else? Well, this is what it is. 1 and 2 fit into 3. We note that one side of the cube is that, right? We need the reflection from within. So since this 3 is a dead end, it goes to sleep, we must bring 3 more in over here. 10, 11, 12. Here is your 10 that can fit into Aquarius. Then you begin, right? Over here, you must begin. The 2 is okay to begin with. You can't begin with the 1 at all. 2 through 9, because you need the 2 worlds to bring your 9 birth for your creation of 6. I'm painting the picture of creation. Painting the picture of creation. There was another thing that fits in. I just don't remember all of them. I don't remember them right now. JC. So Earth and Mars are 51 and 52. So random access memory. What is 512 GB? What is that? Gigabytes. But what is the random access memory? Where does it show up? Right? Ramadan. In the AM, the divided sun connecting the two moons by the valley, the passing waters between the two worlds. Life comes upon in M. There's a question about M that when I created my design, I didn't have a point. There was a separation. So life has to come between. V is 5. It's V in the center, valued at 5. Two pillars are being held up with life, dividing the sun with the birth, the heavens, 1 and 8. This is only one side of this letter. Mars, Earth, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mars, 2, 3, 4. Let me show you this. Inside the numeric value for Mars is 2, 3, 4. So you attain Earth with its communication between 2, 3, 4 Earth and 3, 4, 5 Earth. So you retain with inside Mars 1, 2, 3, with inside Mars 2, 3, 4, with inside Mars 3, 4, 5. The connection between the numbers between Earth and Mars, but you can see the connection is right here, 3 and 4. You must connect up to 2, both heavens in that birth. 512, 51.2, Mars, we connect up. 2 systems, 2 Mars moons, the 9 birth and the lunar moon. The house is 68, dividing of the 7th gate or bridging of the 7th gate. So if I bridge the 7th gate, what am I bridging? Because I'm here. But it's through the breath that I am here. So you can be anywhere as long as they transfer. As long as they transfer wherever that birth is going to be, wherever you were given the body, the ark to inherit the breath, you put the switch up and you transfer from one system to a generator, and then we become breathed with life. No matter what you do, this house is the breath of the Lord, the womb of the Lord. Doesn't matter where you are in the house. But there was a transfer, okay, between the systems. There was a transfer over, what do you call it? Like a breaker switch that moves the electricity from one house into another house where you breathe in the same air. Except a certain percentage of that is, and I'd say, I think the number is 2. It's only the second house, so I think it's 2% of it that got switched over. I have to figure out what that number was. But because 36, 36, 36 is 108, right? What is it? It's 36 point what? We have 110 divided is 110 is 55 is 27.5. Just give me a second, because we have 110. 108 times 4 equals 432. 110. Okay, 110. Right? Inside the box, it runs from 108 to 120. That's the expansion of the box. 108 to 120. 36, 36, 36, 108. They vamped it up to 110. So when you work at 36, you arrive at 36 by, I think it's 36 by 12. equals to 432, right? Instead of 12 times 36.5, is that what it is? No, hold on. 36 by 12 equals 432, right? Then there was, I'm just trying to figure out what that number was, but I know it was 110, right? I know it was 110. One was 108, one was 110, one ended up at 440, and one ended up at 432. At 432, at 440, you create 16 hours and 8 hours equaling to 24. On what happens is one of them has a zero calculator in it, right? The 44. The other one is 3 numbers. It creates 24 and 9. It divides the gate. It creates the birth at 33 within the sun. That's what the 432 does, right? But not the 44. The 44 cuts things. The 44 cuts things into thirds. That opens up the cat's gate. The 3 houses a 3 Rubik's cube. It splits everything up. Do you follow what I'm saying? I really want to show you this. I really have to show you this, how it splits things up. I have to see what's inside my head. Just give me a minute. I'm not connecting much tonight. I lost a lot of energy trying to get on here. You know, a lot of energy. There's nobody on here. There's been 1 and 2 of the whole night for the last 4 hours. Thanks for the rose. So that's the earth vibration that I'm talking about. The 432 versus the 440. I spoke earlier also, and I'm going to bring this up again. I don't know exactly what it is, but I can see where it goes. We have Will Smith. We had the Smiths in the Matrix. We had the blacksmith, right? We have the blacksmith. Then we have the myth of the fallen angels. Now they're in the air, right? So then we need the permit. You need the permit to emit Kermit in time, and that would be ham radio. H-A-M, ham radio, the single antenna over the cat and the rabbit. The cat, okay, you need 1 doghouse, right? But you need 4 cats. You need 1 doghouse to 4 cats. Now, I have a few ways to look at it, right? Mars is a 2 by 2 equaling to, a 2 cubed equaling to 8 for dog. Earth is a 3-3 equaling, I want to look at this a different way. Hold on a second. The cat is 6, the dog is 8. When you create, when you create something with 6, that's a hexagon, and you put 4 of them together, you end up creating, when you put them in perfect formation, you end up creating an octagon. And in this situation, also what happens, you create this. So now this is in the center over here. I create a square in the center. I automatically call the octagon that is only can be created in this fashion, has to be regarded in this fashion. Therefore, I'm going to have to call it, right, this over here, it's the pound key. It's the dog encompassing 4 cats, but I only can have 3 cats in the house at one time. I either take out this cat or this cat or this cat or this cat. It shows me my rotation moves this way. When it moves this way, what I did is I have the 3 cats here, I have the 3 cats here, I have the 3 cats here, I have the 3 cats here. So it's telling me a few stories. Here I have 8 walls. Here I have 8 and 6. The divided house, the divided dog house. 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 3, 4, 3, 10. We have 4, 3, 4, 11. We have 3, 4, 3, 10. We have 3, 4, 3, 10. 10, 11, 10, 11 inside of that. Ham, communication. It's all in the air. It's the air you breathe. The air you breathe. So let me see. I'm going to just be trying to see if I can back up. Has anyone seen the programmation, because they're putting it out there, of 6174? Has anybody seen the 6174? I hope you shared me at bingo tonight. Well, bingo has the free area space, which is the ocean, right? If you want to look, I'm just trying to look at go is 22, buy for the bicycle for the 2 worlds, and you pedal. You're the peddler, right? You have to pedal between the 2 houses. The same thing as Dorothy and Oz. You're the one who's pedaling. Bingo is number 29. 29 is a huge number, huge number. You're not here today without number day 29. If day 29 doesn't come, you are in big trouble. Big, big, big trouble. 29th energy, 29th area is center C from the right world to the left world, not from the left world to the right world. Look at the piano, left to right, right to left. Look at the way they write, right to left, left to right. Understand the left and right hemispheres and everything to do with left and right. When you play golf, you got a hook. Hook is for Jack. Hook is for pirate. Hook is for spirit. You have the cat. Spirit is number 91. It brings in AI. When you play golf and you have the dog leg goes over to the left. Represents the dog, represents the complete heaven of the area space. Go is 22, IN is 23. The same thing as ER, so I like to compare those words. There's a lot of 23s. A lot of numbers end in 29. What is the 29th day? Anybody want to take a guess? Anybody want to take a guess? Yeah, just how crazy everything is tied together, eh? So the connection with number 29, anybody want to take a guess? Anybody want to take a guess? There is the 9 birth in 2 worlds. There are 2 moons of Mars, okay, and a 3, 3, 3, 3 rotation, right? The numbers rotate, 3, 3, 3, 3. But the big thing about 29 is on the 29th day, right? Either you've met the moon or you haven't met the moon. What does that mean? The child. If you've reached your cycle on the 28th day, right? Does it happen on the 28th day? But it's noted to be a 28-day cycle, the menstrual cycle. So in this utopia world of numbers, it doesn't matter what the average woman is. It doesn't matter. It's what that number they brought out. So in the 29th day, you will know whether or not you have run into the next cycle. The 29th day is into the next cycle, just like the 57th day is in the next cycle. And in that second cycle, hello, radio-tailed hawk, RTH. We got to join here, RTH. Here, we're coming on in. We're coming on good, RTH. Yeah. Yeah, I just broke up my own rhythm, but that's okay. That's okay. I just keep repeating everything. It's just, I got my microprocessor. Damn thing is empty. Nothing in there. It's the little protester. Yeah, it's the little protester, right? What is numerology? You know what? If you listen to my take on numerology, you will get my perspective. Have you ever looked it up before? My thing is, okay, well, if you want to, okay, let me hear it. Somebody wants to come on. Is that you? Hey, Doris, how you doing? I'm going to bring you on, and then I'm going to be just chatting up. I don't know. I'm not going to have to look online to see what numerology. What I do is observation, and I use numerology in it. There's people in this that are online doing reading tarot cards, which is part of numerology because they have to do analytics. And one of the ways to do analytics is to everybody born in this month and everybody born in that month on this day at this time. It's all calculated through numbers, right? So that's basically numerology. What I do is I go a little bit deeper, and I study the relationships between one number and another within the own number itself, what it is between its own number itself, the rotations of numbers. The rotations of numbers are by sevens. Only 3, 6, and 9 does not move by 7, but every other number moves by 7. 1, 2, 4, 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7, 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 5 is 10 is 1. Take 7. Binary code. It's the way binary code works. But it works with these numbers. It doesn't have in binary code, right? It doesn't have in binary code. You can't use 3, 6, and 9. In binary code, your numbers will never show you 7, right? Or will they? They sure will. When you get to number 16, 1 and 6 is 7. 8, 16. 16 is here. You want to get 8? We have 8. Where do we have 4? We have 4. Where do we have 8? We have 8. We're up. We have to get 5. So where do we get 5? 1. Nope. 2. Nope. 4. Nope. 8. Nope. 7. Yep. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. That's the way it goes in binary code. So 5 comes after 7 in binary code. We connect 5G over here. There's a reverse alphabet. There is a dividable alphabet where we connect the 13th and 14th area, and that's where it works. It gets connected in the sun. I'm wondering if we implode the alphabet, moving Z and A both into the heart position and separating M from N and putting 13 on one end of the spectrum and 14 on the other end. We can also do it that way, as long as you create an equation that's fair in numbers. Another thing about this is where I find a lot of fairness, okay, where I can balance. You see, history is brought forward in time. Something is created. Nothing is created from nothing. It's an idea. An idea is seen. Where did you see this? Where did you see that, right? Is baseball older than poker? Because you can get a triple in baseball. You can get a set in a set that's 3 of a kind in poker. A full house in poker is actually a full count in baseball, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Is that right? I'm going to tell you my outlook on numbers after 20 years. Beyond the numbers, if I tell you the story that comes from these numbers and how I achieve these stories, this is where I got it. I'm going to give you one base first. The cube has 6 sides. The cube has 6 sides to it. One side here, the opposite side here. All these sides, opposites, will show you here. 1 and 6 is an opposite 7. 3 and 4 is an opposite 7. 2 and 5 is an opposite 7. Those are the 6 that are connected to create that. If that one side is the low side, the high side would be 4 and 9, 13. 6 and 7, 13. 5 and 8, 13. 4, 5, and 6 have connected the lower side to equal to the upper side, where the upper side gets reduced to a 4, and the lower side, okay, is averaged out at 1 second, is averaged out at 7. Why? 7 and 6 is 13. 8 and 5 is 13. 9 and 4 is 13. Is 4, 4, 4. 1 and 6 is 7. 4 and 3 is 7. 4 and 3 is 7. 2 and 5 is 7. So with this said, right, it doesn't matter how far you go back. If there's a story out there, and regardless of how long it is, within the word that was written by some reputable person, if you want to go into the history books, you want to go back 10, 15, 20, or 30, or 40, or you want to go back 500,000 years, right? All you have to do is take this 3,000-year-old cube that somebody had the idea to create, right? You would say, oh, a square's easy. Yeah, square's easy, right? How do you know? Why did you call it a square? Who called it a square before you? Who created a square in a calculator to have 9 area space? Who made it into a game? 500,000 years ago, brought into a 500-year-old English language. I tell you that story. And so far, Earth and Mars are like brother and sister. We are the third and the fourth planet. We are not capable of going away or to Mars. We can't. It's impossible. It's impossible. We're there. We're already there. Now, right now. Don't move. Don't move. You arrived. You arrived. The lower house, 1 and 6, 7, I raised to the upper house. There's 5 difference. The 3 and the 4 are in the lower house. It's a lower boot. Let's boot this up. Let's boot this up. Right? We connect 3 sides, but we only plug in 1 side of the wire. Here's your boot. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. It's a 2.5 average. When you add 4 numbers, it equals to 10. You divide it by 4, it equals to 2.5. The lower house, right over here, the higher house, you connect the higher house, 6 and 7, 13. So here's a boot here. Here's a boot here. 1 and 6, the 6 goes into the lower boot. Let me see if I can darken that up a little bit. See this? All these are in one area. On the cube, once you get your ABC 1, 2, 3, 6 or 60 seconds on the clock, this brings it into the 100% of time, the lost time, 4, 5, and 6, the Federation, right over here. So 3 and 4 in the same house, 6 and 7 in the same house. 1 comes out of the house in 6, 9 comes out of the house in 4. So you see the exchange? 1 went into 6, 9 went into 4. They reduce. Now 4 is 1.5 the difference of 9. They play the role right over here to bring them together. That's the exchange. That's the matrix, the metrics, whatever you do to bring them together. Then they take the 8 and they bring it into the 5. 13, they take the 2 to bring it into the 5. This is the ocean. This area space in the center is out here. This element came into this element, plugging up to this element. Another way to look at it is this element plugged up to this element plugged up to this. This is the center. When these two plug up, this is an area space that you cover. You have 7 over here. You have 23 over here. 6, 8, 14, 23. The 9 birth comes into the 7th gate. You see, 6 and 8. You come in through 5, passes through the 7th gate into the E world, where everybody else jumps in. 1 and 9 jump in. This is on the lower world. Tennis is 30 and 10. That's what this is, 30 and 10. Then you pass through the center here, 5, 5, 5, 5. Where did I learn these stories? First of all, what stories? The stories I tell you, I make them up. I'm making everything up. So I'm not really sure how to respond to that. All I'm doing is these are the I'm not telling you a story. I'm showing. I observed and I'm just repeating my observation. So these are observations. Everything I tell you is observations off a 3,000-year-old cube, the calculator, shapes, the alphabet, and games. The games are, first of all, who are you? No ancient teachings. I never read a book in my life. Like I said, my schooling is right here. That's it. And all I have to know is rules and regulations and a little bit in darts and in pool, and soccer and hockey and football and baseball and basketball, the game of blackjack, the game of roulette, the game of craps, the game of Keno, and a bunch of other games. Then you have to know the English language a little bit, A, E, I, O, and U. I before E except after C in creation. The I before E except after C because C is your creation, your ABC 6. So you come into the E world, so you respect the E world because you are only the add-on to the birth. You are not the energy, but you are the board that plugs into the energy. You breath in the air that you take upon the birth, upon the insemination between the father and the mother. Okay, between the father and the mother coming insemination, only the breath and air that you take goes into your lungs. It gets red. The water gets separated, becomes pumped into, it goes into your heart, separates into your heart, the air. It goes through your body. It's read through your organs, through your esophagus, down by where the sun don't shine is where the plug-in. That's the greatest vibration where you feel the most is right down at the lower sex, right? And that's going to be where the two elements, right, of the Mars moons come in. You run up your chakras into your moon and through your, I think, your solar plex, and I think you enlighten here. I'm not really sure how that exactly works. And all I'm doing is reading. I'm just reading and then 20 years ago, I started to have visions. They started to teach me art. I mean, and the way they taught me art is they started off by showing me something like that was really bizarre. It just, I don't know. I looked at something and I got really confused. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't understand it at all. And then they showed me to draw a straight line. They say, do stick man. So all I did is made sticks, and then they showed me how to bubble the sticks. And then it was like, see, you see that? You didn't know before, you know it now. Maybe there's other things you don't know. And every single night they showed me different letters. They taught me different they taught me different ways to observe. I was taught a ways to observe. And by teaching me and understanding between dots and dashes, I can now understand area, space, and location. I was sent a message. Just give me 1 second. Again, I'm going to come back. I'm going to be here. If it's 1,000,000 years old, a human being has wrote it. The air you breathe, you inhale, you exhale. You inhale, you exhale. Hail to the king. That breath you take, okay? The breath you take is like gas in the car. The breath you take is not gas in the car. The breath you take is like a letter being delivered. You've been delivered a letter. You've been upgraded and uploaded just like they do to your computer. You are the #1 PC in the world. You are 16 and 316. You're the PC. You're the PCU. What is a PCU? I got to look that up, what the PCU is. You ever been to Las Vegas? Anybody know anything about Las Vegas? What is a PCU? What is a PCU in computers? We're the end user for the receptor. The pig, right? The pig is how we rotate. Without the knowledge of the pig, right? Without the knowledge of the pig, right? You hear what they say? Don't touch the pig. Why not? Because that is the system. That is the system we run. Closest frequency to human. That's why they took the Sphinx and chopped it off. The pig sweats through its nose. It spits out its nose, right? When it sweats out its nose. PIG 977. 97777 is the power of Christ. It's the numeric, that's the story of the number, right? 977 is pig. Pig is the 12. Whoop, I just lost my, just give me 1 second. I want to check something. Oh, that's pretty cool. I was thinking of unplugging the wire for a few minutes and give me a chance. Just want to give myself a chance of setting my thing up. So the pig's pregnancy is 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. They sweat out their nose, right? We still have the two pig nose nostrils here, but we still have to retain one thing for the pig because we still run the frequency. The round nose of the pig becomes one because it comes within us. These lungs are the same, almost the same. In 1984, there was a terrible bacteria or virus going around, right? A terrible virus going around. They called it Amophilus something or other. That's a kind of cake. Then they flew in influenza. And then they basically, when it gets documented and patented, they call it, the company is Vid. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The Wax Museum from 2020, the same thing in 1984. These, what do you call it? What is the name of the, they call it the heart. Is that what it is? Yes, processing central unit, us, right? So we become the PCU. I call it the puck. Something that you have to keep cold. I don't know why. Something you have to keep cold. Cold is with number 34, not 43, which is hot. So the cold, right, 34, which would be the blue or left hemisphere. The hot, which would be the right hemisphere. And that would be 43. Together it's 77. And you're going to create the outer rim of the rainbow, the purple. So in games, when you go to the game of pool, the purple ball is the 4 and the 12. And that would be 4 and 3. And again, 4 and 3 is Earth and Mars. And I have to revert to that as Earth and Mars, the animals that process. The animals that process that is the cat and the dog, but the half-life, because it's only in one half. It's bringing two areas together, but it's the half-life because you're not this area, you're not this area, but you're a part of both areas, that you bring them together. Although you're whole, you're only whole from half and half. Yeah, nobody that I know. You see, in order for me to know anything, I couldn't know anything unless somebody was intelligent 4,000 years ago. Who was the intelligent one that created this 4,000 years ago? That's the intelligence. I didn't create this. Didn't create this. Didn't create the alphabet. I didn't create the one-eyed king. 3 kings with 2 eyes and 1 king with 1 eye for 7. Then you have the queens with 8 and the jacks with 6s equaling to 21. Reverse that. 876 is 432 vibration. 432 is 144 by 3 or 1440 minutes in 3 days. You need 3 days and 1 day and 3 days. Although when we work out averages and when you play the game of bowling, 3 to a turkey. But when you get 3 to a turkey, the 4th one ties into the second one. The second one was tied into the first one. The 5th one ties into the 3rd one, or the 3rd one tied into the first one. Do you follow me when it comes to bowling? Everything is from games. The games give dictation on what I'm allowed to do in all fairness of the game with the number. Peace comes to the land of all. Peace comes to the land of all. Learn, 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 learn. We must learn how to find truth, honest truth. Where the children play, we must bring up the children. You must bring up the children. They are the information center. Since they have failed on level 1, thinking that the connection is here, they failed. Then they went for the connection here, and they're going to fail because the connection is down there. That's where the connection is. LG Electronics, BT, is down there. LG Electronics is down here. LG BT Electronics is down here, where the sun don't shine. If you want to find it, it's down here. The processing system of the tea bags, the connecting breaker switch that runs into the female. It's within the male you have to find this, not within the female. It's the female's house. It's within the male you have to find out how it connects. I'm probably giving away too much information, but I have to. There's no danger. The danger is if I don't give out the information. Also, there is no danger unless you flip the switch and the electric is on. So make sure you don't play with electricity. No, the reason I say this is, as I understand it, and again, I always repeat these things, my credibility is none. If you don't know me, it's the first day you're here, I got 0 credibility. I can rise to credibility based on your acclimates, meaning what you desire to understand with what I know is the only thing that will give me any credibility, and all of you who possess the power to speak to those around you to balance out who I am, then you will understand the story I tell. And the pertinence, when you put out goodness, if we have a fish tank and you do a good deed, right? For every good deed, okay, I give you 5 ounces of water. But for every bad deed, I take away 20 ounces of water. I'm going to start your bowl up with 100 ounces. So do you see what happens if you do too many bad deeds, right? You give them a chance to own more water. The water is the information network. Don't give them that network. So the more you do good, when you fill up the bowl only with yourself, only with goodness, they have no space to store. They have no space to store. We give up the space by our evil deeds. We give them that space. When we start to fill in these gaps, and we start to know the truth, we start to fill in the gaps ourselves, and now there's no room for the fallen myth to take up. Oh yeah. Remember that the dead end is the C, right? The dead end is the C because you must start with ABC 6. 60 seconds on the clock from the 90 seconds of birth. BC, how about birth control, right? For everyone who's born, we have birth control. It's a BIRTH, not a BEARTH. BIRTH is a birth of the moon. It's number 19, connecting AI. The half-life birth Okay, whatever chops in half rebuilds itself is the BEARTH. It's the sun life birth. 18 wheeler plugged up to the fifth wheel. Anybody know anything about trucks or trucking? Sounds good, sounds good. 7 and 8. 7 and 8. I came up with a lot of 7 and 8s tonight. And anybody knows 7 and 8? 666. Have you ever heard of dots and dashes and putting your signature on the dotted line, right? Ever hear that? Put your signature on the dotted line. Have you ever thought what the dot meant? The dot is the window. Mars is that window 22 representing the ape. The dash is Earth representing 33. Your 9 birth to your 6 life. When you say signature, right? When you put your dot and your dash, right, your signature, you're putting your griff, your tiger claw, and a monkey birth. Signature says monkey tiger. Monkey tiger. Okay, tiger is 3, monkey is 9, angels are 39, 10 is 39. The lower world is 1, the upper world is 3. 3 times 1, 3, 3 times 3, 9. You've brought the 2 worlds together by signing across the line. I suggest to you, don't sign across the paper this way. Sign across the paper this way, upward. The reason for that is this. Our life goes this way along the equator. We join both sides, right? That makes you the half-life. If you sign this way, you sign up for who you are. Now, the question is, if I would have designed this way, right, I would be going across, right? I sign up this way. This is only the half-life. Look, my paper's almost twice the other way. Now, I'm going to have to continue this design by putting another one here. I need to see what this all looks like. I haven't worked on this yet. This is only my first part. These letters will be N and N, R, R, D, and then what you get the M that goes up here and connects both sides, fills in the gap. Over here, this is what they want, right over here. This is what they want over here, right over here. This is what joins the 3 C's down to the electric. Plug in the cube where it don't shine. The connection is right here. Where everything exits. When you have an exit door, right down at the bottom, you go to the hospital and they want to take your test, right? Here, and then they want to take the yellow test, and in the back. Well, that's where the sun don't shine, and that's where the machine is hooked up. But one of the pieces is not here because it's a male and a female that run together. So you're plugged in to just one of these, right? And the rest, I'm not sure if it's all of them or it's just one that plugs up to all that is already in you. I'm assuming, I don't remember what the design is, but it tells you that in order to make this work, you have to have breath in. And then you have to have the food of the land to go inside of you to create the organ itself that's doing the receiving of this and decoding what it is. When you go to the bathroom, it's your butt end that knows what's wrong with your body at the end, because your esophagus right down to the end is reading, and either you're going to be right or you're going to be sick, right? I'm just going over a few things. So did anybody see the 6174 today or yesterday? Let me show that again. So somebody comes up to me, now listen to this. Thank you for supporting my page, love. And they got a picture of a knight in shining armor. I want to see what this is. Thanks for the follow. I got some, you know what? I got like 700-800 followers, right? Friend of mine just joined yesterday. He's got over 1,500. It's like crazy, right? Just crazy. Just give me a second. Where was I going with this? Trying to see which you know, everybody is writing stories of hold on a second. Stories that are written from yesterday, and then they're passed on, and then they're passed on, and now there's museums, now there's stories. If you can tell a million-year-old story, then you're telling it with the alphabet. If you tell it in English or French, you're telling it in English. I'll transmit it into French. I'll balance them out. I'll tell you a story about the story that's 1,000,000 years old because you stole the story. If you can tell the story, why can't I? So I didn't read a book. What book did I read? Does anybody know what my favorite book was? Does anybody know my favorite book or magazine? See the split in the joint house? See where the cut in the center is? The Star of David right over here cutting through? Well, when the Star of David cuts through, right, over here, I'm going to show this twice, over here is closed, but over here is open. The cutting point of this crossing here, right, you don't have the crossing over here. I didn't show it, but you can see that the feet don't touch. They join in a valley, in an empty space. Let me show you this. Let me see. Yeah. They join in an empty space. I'm just going to see. I want to see if I did this right. If this is the one that's the same. Hold on a second. No, this is not the same one. This is not the same one. Hold on a second. As this one. I'm going to have to draw both of them up and check them out and see what's going on. See the square down in black? See the square in black? When that shows up, right, that means the X's are a joint valley where the water joins, right? And you can see it's joining 3 areas, not 4 areas, 3 areas. 3 areas of 4. You always need central station, right? Always need central station. Oh, it's 1:11 in the morning. It's the 71st minute. Yeah, 77. You see, I'm jumping all over the place, right? So, did we do Reaper tonight? Let's do 77, right? The sun suits, sun suits, sun is 54. IT is 20 and 9 equals 29. The 9 birth, right? 2 and 9 in the house of Bates. The 29th day tells you if you're pregnant or not. Number 29, 2 and 9, 11, born into the house of Bate. 7 times 7, 7 plus 7 equals to 63. This is the number, okay? 63 is the number, is our creation in the 6th house. 3 and 6 go together. When you do this, it becomes 13. When you add this, it becomes 14. 5 and 4 equals to the word sun. This equals to 63, 4 and 5. We have the sun within our heart, within our creation. And what is that? That's the male organ. That's the male organ. The sun goes into the male organ, or the male goes into the female organ. We plug the male into the sun, okay, via the sperm. How does that work out? The sun is within us. Does that mean if the sun is with us, the breath comes into this world, right? It's 3-6. Male's the 3-6, female's the 4-5. But the male ends up in the sun, and the female ends up where the male is. Where do I get this information? As we all note, what happens at the age of 12, the female has the bat mitzvah. The complete square of 12 by 12 is finished. So the next moon is a 13 by 13. We move into the next palier. It's not the same thing, 144, 169. 144, 169, the 25 hours in the day. You cross over in and out of a 24-hour day. It's not, oh, stop, oh, go. You have to come into the house, but the bumper, by the time the bumper starts to get into the house and leaves the house and goes through the house and outside the house, it's 25 hours. The sun is going up, the sun is going down, but you follow what I'm saying? So again, I'm not sure where I mentioned this before, that we had the monkey and we had the rabbit. We had Sagittarius with Cancer. And at the same time, we have the goat with, no, we're not going to use the goat. I want to use, we have Gemini, okay? We have Cancer with Sagittarius, and we have Gemini with Sagittarius, right? We do this because the lower boot, has 4 areas in the upper boot. So we end up playing off this area here, and we end up playing off this area here, this area and this area. When this area joins into this area, we play off of here. See, 3 goes into 4, 7 goes into 6, 9 goes into 1, but we have to discount 1 because 1 and 2 go together into 3. So we only can start at 3. So 3 and 4 goes to 7. We discount the 9 and 8. They're the crossing 10s. We discount them. 7 goes into 6. We can only use these 2 in the house. Then we join them over here, 4, 5, and 6. But when we join 4, 5, and 6, 10, right, we must join it like this. My 1 with my 8 is 9. You remember the 1 and 8 were discounted? The 2 and the 7 are 9, and they're discounted only because I need to start from here. But here and here, my 9, okay, these 9s over here, and then 4 and 5 is that 9. This is how they come back together, right over here when you create the 9. On this side over here, right, you have the 2 and the 9. You remember 2 wasn't supposed to be involved, so now you have the 2 and the 9, okay, 11. You have the 3 and the 8 equals to 11. You remember before 8 and 9 weren't supposed to be used? Now in this instance, I'm using the 7, but I was always supposed to use the 7. I was always supposed to use the, hold on a second. I'm always using 7 and 6. I'm always using 3 and 4. Now, when I go into just this world, right, I'm using 2, 9, 3, 8. Remember, I didn't use it before. Now, I don't use the 9 when I use the 1. I use the 1 with the 8. I use the 3 with the 8. 8 goes with 1 and 3. But I cannot use the 1 with the 9, nor the 2, because the 3, whoop, I'm sorry, because 1 and 2 goes into it, I only start with 3. Now it's this boot. Now what this does is the 3 flips over and goes into 4. Now 4, 5, and 6 are all the same. The reason they're the same is every single one on the cube will have the same amount of dots. So does it make sense? Is anybody going to participate? Because it's hard to just talk and explain and not know if anything's being understood. So when we talk about 3 and 4, right? When we talk about 3 and 4, 1, 2, 3 equals to 6, A, B, C equals to 6, right? When you add 4, it flips to the other side of the cube. It equals to 10. The passing to the other side of the cube, I don't know if it should be done 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3 into 5 over to 4, or how about the 4 that's over here? It's another way. There's 4 in the void and 4 in the house. See the empty space here? There's 4 star positions. And this one is 3, and this side is 4, and this side is 7, and this side is 6. 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. How's everybody doing tonight? So what would you look at history? What kind of history, Red Tail, that you would look at? Ham radio, ham radio, ham radio. Abraham. It's a whip antenna. It whips to 2 sides. One side, then the other side, then the side you're in. Abraham, AB, 1 and 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1 fits between 2. The gold is in the center. The silver and bronze are on the outside. Second and third, BC fits between. What is AD? ABCD, Michael Jackson, where are you? Come, you sang the song. If you can go down to the songs and listen to who sang them, the titles, and the words in the song, we can add all of this into the equation to see how the past, okay, how the aether, right, that was breathing within one, right? The aether that is breathing within one, okay, that gives you the opportunity to use your imagination to create, but you're creating from part of what exists already. Through the creation, you're led to tell a story that is going to explain the history of creation. Everything is just something put forward from the past, but we're living in the aether. I believe that somehow it's pre-scripted up to a certain level. Don't forget, if you're going left, you're not going right. If you're awake, you're not asleep. So it's a half system. You can't do anything in the opposites at the same time. So what was I don't remember what I was going to draw. The ham radio, Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac. Did you know that Abraham and Isaac is 44 and 33? They're like the reverse cube. Isaac would be the cat, and Abraham would be the dog. So we're living in the house of Abraham. And then there's, I think it's Ishmael and Isaac. Do you know, right, that if you read the word Ishmael, right, in the word Ishmael, okay, you can also find Israel. So why is Israel in there but not, you know what I'm saying? And Ish is actually part of the first, it's the first actual month in the time of Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, but Isaac is not. Isaac shows me born into the split system as Ishmael. Hold on a second. Let me do this again. I want to do this right. So it's AEL. So you can see that Ishmael, okay. Ishmael was the firstborn. It even shows it. They're both beginning with 9 and 19, but the Ishmael part becomes the heavens, right? The Isaac part shows me the roof. It shows me two roofs. It shows me two splits. Ishmael shows me the H. Now, is it an H in one area? Should it have been a Q or a Z? The reason for that is there's level 1, it's going to be 0. The H is not going to have, if it was level 2 for the H, it would be the Q. The Q is 17, 1 and 7, 8. Or the Z is 2 and 6, equaling to the 8. So it's going to represent all of the heavens, right? All of the inside of the heavens in Ishmael, yet Isaac is going to be the representation of creation in the two houses. Isaac is number 33, Ishmael, and it is two-part words. Is 36 and 31. Wow, okay, 67. Ishmael is the soul, is the water, is earth and Mars. Isaac is number 33. I'm just trying to see A-A-I-I-I, A-A-I-I, A-E, A-E. Both worlds, the A-E. Isaac gets 2 worlds, 2 houses. AA, 2 split houses makes 4 houses. You can split the A's. You split the A, you get 4 houses split, right? But not with Ishmael. You don't get that with Ishmael. Ishmael looks like, and it's not only what Ishmael is, but now we can take the word and go, first of all, in Ishmael, it says soul within the name. I'm just trying to look. One of them is 6, one of them is 4. They're going to be interlocked. They're going to be, Isaac is going to be within the sun, and Ishmael, I'm just trying to look. No, sorry, Isaac, okay, is going to be within Saturn, and Ishmael is going to be in the lower world, in the 10 world, in the condensed world. Ishmael would be part of the dead end, and it would extend through Isaac. Wow. If I'm reading that right, although the A is what encompasses the whole house, when you have 2 houses, you're showing me there's broken up houses. It's almost, and I see the soul within inside Ishmael. I see the half-life within inside Ishmael. It seems like the house was broken up by one or the other, and one of the groups sent the other group out, but they never went far from home because of this. Yeah, so you want to hear something cool? Check this out. Tell me if you can hear this.
Rooster, Capricorn, Tiger, Gemini, JC, Earth, Mars, Sirius. This combination is well 10 is the star system. Use a double reduction by skipping every cycle of 12 years or 3 months. In Western astrology, remember the 3 plus 1, 3. Cycle of 7. The cyclus is a bicycle. 2 wheels. You do the pedaling. You are the engine. The star system zodiac is an expression of association. Star math.
No, I'm Jewish.
Mr. TACPANS. 20 years later.
I'm Jewish.
Dot dash.
But this.
Sign on the dotted line.
So yeah.
Every letter a character. Morse code dot angels dash angelic formation. Understood in the equation. Ask a question. Open a file. Search out and beyond. Star method, Mr. TACPANS. 20 years later, dot dash, sign on the dotted line. Every letter a character. Morse code, dot angels, dash angelic formation. And understood in the equation. Ask a question, open a file. Search out and beyond. Star Math, Mr. TACPANS. 20 years later. Dot dash. Sign on the dotted line. character. Morse code. Dot. Angels. Dash angelic formation. And understood the equation. Ask a question. Open a file. Search out. And
Yep, that was good. What'd you think? You know what I'm gonna do? I didn't think of this yet. Let me think of this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay. Okay, so we got one person left over here. And if you got any questions for me, otherwise we're going to end this right now, right? And it's funny that there's a 13 count for Ishmael, right? And there's a 13 count for, I wrote that today. What that comes from is I was responding to somebody asking about, what about the rooster? Why don't you talk about the rooster in numerology? This is GG33. And I just, when I get into the realm, when I connect the bridge, location, thank you to Venus, right? Venus in the house of Mars, which connects 420, right? 420 connects the bridge, time, heaven, creation, which brings you into the 17 levels of the house. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, to 8, to 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, to 1, to 2. So the setup is going to be like this. It's going to start here. Not on 3. It starts on 4, 5, and 6. This is where TH begins. But we're going to start like this. 3 point. The reason for this is the reverse. This is the first level. The first level, the second level, and the third level. The thing about this is when you look at Rubik's Cube, you get 9 cubes here, you get 8 cubes here, you get 9 cubes here. So it becomes 9, 8, 17, 9, 8, 17, 9 and 8, 17, 8, 9 and 8, 17, 8 is 8. There's 1 in the center of this that controls everything from the center level. It's the same thing if I would do it this way. This side will be completely and this side will be completely. It's always around this. The side with this one will always have 8. You have to break Rubik's Cube up. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. What this is, first and second, is when you, let me see, did I do this right? Right. When you end at 20 over here, you end at 20. 21st. Do you see the way, and we can't start with 1 and 2, but we ended with 1, 2, and 3. This is 21. This is 20. This is 19. 19, 20, 21. 19 is over here. 20 is over here too. 21 is over here. So you see, it's 1, 2, 3. So when you look at 19 again, look where 19 is. It's in this area here. This is the controller. This is the dictator of everything. And the pig, 1, 4, 7, 10, 13 is 4, 16 is 7, 19 is 1, 2, 5, 8, 11 is 2, but it's really not. We stay at 11. There's another thing I'm going to do on the zodiacs after, which is 1. Well, hold on. I'm going to show you the No, I should leave that tomorrow. The way you can manipulate and contort the zodiac signs to understand them. Everything in 3 comes back to its own house. So all the zodiac signs that spin between, if you have 1, 4, 7, 10th zodiac sign, they spin in their own house, but every year they move over. So I'm going to just move them by the periods of 12 years. So in the first cycle, right, in the first cycle of, let's say, Aries will fall into the cycle of Cancer, will fall into the cycle of Libra, will fall into the cycle of Aquarius, and then it's going to fall after Aquarius, right? It falls into the cycle of Cancer, and then it falls into Libra, and then it falls back into Aquarius, and it never gets back to Aries again, because everything is plugged up through Aries. And Aries is located in other locations. Aries can be relocated, okay, because it's the complete plug-in into what is 3, okay, and 9, as well as 5. According to dots and dashes in their location, the 1 and 3 and 5 are all within inside of each other, right? And looking through binary code where 135 is, right? 135 will be located in the rotation of binary code. 7 to 5 to 3 to 1 through the 7th gate into the E world. So that's your rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that get it right? 1, 2, yeah, 7. Everything, that's your 7 days a week running by binary code, because then it starts over again, right? 1, 7, 5, 3. Let me go. 8. Wait a second. Did I do that right? 8 and 8, 16. 1 and 6 is 7. So how can I go this way? How can 7 be 8? It's not. It's 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. So 7 down to 5 to 3 to 1. Did I get that right? No, this is the one. Just 1 second. 3, 1, 2, 4, 8. 7 to 5, 7 to 14. 7 to 5 down to 3. 7 is 21. 21 down to 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa! How do I have that error here? Well, let me fix something. 7 and 7 and 7, 21, 28, 35. Why am I doing this? I did 2 equations in one. I had 2 equations in one. 1, 8, 6. 6. Just give me a second. 6, 4, 2, 9, 7. So this one is okay. Yeah, it's this one over here. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4, 5 and 5 is 10. 1 plus 0, 1. 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days a week, right? And this one over here when you double up. So I'm just trying to look at this one over here. Yes. So what happens is this part over here. What is not silver or gold or bronze ends up to be runner-up in 4th. 4th runs through 17. So one side of the first cube and then the ending of the 21st dot of the first cube. 21. 21 is 21st, is just like first. Aries house is well, thank you, Tammy. Where is it all headed? Okay, it's all showing you the stories I'm telling you. Okay, I'm speaking to you. Is coming from the cube. This 3,000-year-old cube. This is the story I'm telling you. I'm just reading out to you. I'm getting tired to find those words. I don't need to have to speak the excuse. I'd rather go blah 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 blah, and then somebody make fun of me, you know. Because usually there's somebody that'll take your videos and only pick the points where you're not making any sense at that particular time. So when we can show you enough coincidences, you'll notice that this entire planet is utopia because it can all be explained, right? The entire planet can be explained. Yeah. So I think for tonight we're going to call it the. No, but if you ask, certain questions, I can explain those questions, But we're going to call it the end of the night. Much appreciated. This was the worst association of people on TikTok because nobody showed up except for one or two the whole night. I look back in the past, I had 54 people in 5 hours. So I know there's a problem with TikTok. I'm happy with YouTube. I'm still looking for someone that can come and help me create a program that I can put all this, all my information, fill in the information, how everything is unscrambled, all the artwork, teach it to do all the artwork, how to create everything. Might take a year, might take more, might take less. But once we all start to breathe and know there's a Lord, know there's a creator, a Repa with us, the rest in peace. Why? Because rest in peace. God rested on the seventh day. When we pass away, we rest in peace because we dislocate from the house. Monkey is number 83, the monkey wrench. One of the keys is monkey. One of the keys is gorilla. But I'm a little tired tonight. Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you, Kate, for being here this long time. And if anybody's got any questions, before I go, let me know. That's good, Tammy. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
There.
So we're going to end it. Thank you, everybody. You got any questions? You got anything? Any numbers? Any sequences? You want to go back a million years? And I think it's okay. If you want to tell me about a dinosaur that lived a million years ago, give me a time period or something. If they call it BC or AC, the name of the dinosaur. Something that goes along with the story, right? And we can see how we can create the story out of that. Anyways, for now, Tammy, thank you very much. Did they not ban TikTok in the U.S.? I don't know. I know the people who usually come here are not here tonight. It was a very poor night out there. I find for 3,000 people following me that I get 5 people. That's okay. Tiamat. Tiamat. I can see how that fits with Tartaria. Tartaria is an association of intergalactic areas. I'm not going to say beings, right? Their system connects, and you can tell that they're sun systems. And if you understand that when you put AT or TIA in a word, the TIA is going to be the 29. It's going to be the connection of 2 worlds, birth in 2 worlds. The AT is going to come with the location, and the M is going to be the connection between the 2 that brings them together. You're always connecting 2 systems and putting the 3rd on it. When you make movement, you keep connecting 1 on top of 2 on top of 2. Tiamat is okay. So Marmaduke, Mars Duke, right? So the Duke of Mars, the Duke of Wellington, the Wellington steak, the medium rare, well done. So we can do a whole bunch of stuff on that. But I'm a little tired. We're going to end this right now. Lots of love, man. Lots of love. We got to put it out there that you believe in what I'm doing, that you can see that there's a light. Breathe that thought. Breathe that thought and watch the orbs flow above you. Good night. Thank you.